Uh, Sup? Sup, gentlemen? How we doing? I think the pig cave could open any minute. This will burn egrets until it opens. Wait, it opened? When did it open? Oh my god, it is open. Never mind. Guess we're going straight to the pig cave. Like a minute before I went live? Oh shit. Let's fucking go. I wonder if it'd be quicker if I go up this slope. Why are those two trees so close together my horse can't get between them? This game is so rude. Wait, am I too high? Oh shit, I am. That actually kind of worked out. I recognize that. Maybe my horse is too small. You mean too big? Little demi-humans. We'll get our house buff. Everything except this. We gotta load this up. Spec, check. Crystals, check. Artifacts, check. Gear, check. Get our buffs up. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Get our horse buff rolling. Boom, boom, boom. Change this to Demi. $20 mil a pop, huh? Add-on's already done. Yeah. We are good to go. Just load up this loot scroll and get our buffs rolling. Oh, fuck. Why did that hit me so hard? That one breath almost killed me. Hey, Monteo. Thank you for the bits, man. I appreciate it. How you doing today? Oh, nighttime. Yeah. That makes sense. Nighttime's probably just about to end too, right? Well, that reminds me. I gotta change the consumables on my bar. I don't want to be using sturdies. I'm doing well. Yeah. No complaints. Wait, wrong ones. Three years, 7 months. God damn. That is some fucking time, fella. Thank you very much. Windy, what? That's longer than I've been a sage, Mr. Fella. What the hell? Methian? Oh my goodness. That's also, you've been watching me as long as time, if you're calling me Methian. Do you remember the origin of that? Oh my goodness. All of you losers. You guys spend way too much time here. You guys need to start doing something with your lives. 28 days. See, there we go. There's a responsible enjoyer. That definitely looks accurate. Almost died this week. Yo, what happened? What the fuck? I'm glad you didn't. Three years, 8 months too? Oh my god, where does the time go, you guys? You guys make the time go by so fast. Almost ready to bear my babies. Oh my goodness, murder bot. I think that was around the time I joined Corrupt. He had surgery complications. Oh shit. The penis reduction surgery didn't take? Good old Corrupt arc, yeah. It was short. That was the shortest arc I've ever been in. Now, I've been over the past almost 10 years of playing this game. I've been in so many guilds now. First, I joined with a group of friends and I had a stream guild. That was, ooh, a bond. And then, like, all the people I started playing the game with left, and I was like, you know what, I don't want to be a GM. I was so tired of leading guilds in WoW, leading outfits on PlanetSide, leading tribes on Ark. Basically every game I always took the leadership role. And this time I was like, fuck it, I just want to be a pawn this time. So, after they left, I originally was going to consider joining one of my buddies that I played Diablo with briefly, Fobmaster. And he was one of the leadership in Iconic, which was like the big swarm guild. But I decided against that. I was like, you know what? I don't really want to join a guild that has like 3 guilds worth of people trying to dominate the server just through numbers. So I ended up declining. Although, you know, even though Fob said he would get me in, I mean, he might not have been able to. Back then, nobody wanted main hand warriors in the guild because, like, before Awakenings were in the game, warrior was so awful. So Vert ended up reaching out to me, and I ended up joining. He didn't end up really reaching out. I think I was doing a boss train or something, and all of a sudden the Zerker came up, and he's just fucking manhandling me with his 3 grabs and no CC caps or anything, just non-stop grab, 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 grab. If you were a warrior back then, you would get manhandled by Zerkers. Anyways, so, ended up joining Relevant, which was like a break-off from Iconic, because they were tired of all the Zerging and they wanted to just fool around and fuck around. Iconic, because of their alliance, they were trying to police the servers, and if you were in certain guilds, you weren't allowed to mess with other guilds, and you had to stay off certain channels. It was like this whole nonsense, and they're like, fuck it, we're gonna do whatever we want. So I ended up joining them with that, and that was fun. We stuck with that until the server merge. And then when the server merge happened, we decided we had to make a decision. We were going to merge with either Man Up or Vision. And Vision's the guild that later became Snake. And we decided to merge with Man Up. But shit went tits up. Like, our group, I guess, didn't vibe much with their group. Like, there was a good group of us that did vibe really well together, but there was also a group of us that didn't. And there was some friction, so we ended up breaking off from Man Up. It was like the first, when we got what was it? I can't remember exactly what it was, but yeah, we ended up breaking off from Man Up, and then some of us went one way, some of us went to Barcode. I stuck with most of the main leadership core and went to Barcode because I wanted to continue sieging. I didn't want to just go into a small retirement guild. And then, like a month, actually I don't even remember the timeline, but a little while later, Orca decided to throw in the towel, and he was like the heart and soul of the guild. That guild was always a figment of its former self after he left. I guess Orca probably got bored because for whatever reason. I don't even know. So I ended up joining another guild called Villain, which was basically all the relevant guys. It was like, hey, everybody, let's go rejoin Villain. I was going to consider joining Vision, who at that time had now renamed to Snake. No, they were still... No, that's right. Yeah, they were back to Vision at this time. Or sorry, they were still Vision at this time. So I decided, you know what? I'm just actually going to chill in this smaller guild for now with the old relevant homies. We're all here. They talked me into it. I was going to join Vision, but they made a fun case that we could just be a smaller guild and fuck around. So I was like, okay, cool. And then after like 2 bad node wars, the GM that I've been basically following around through these guilds and being loyal to, got in his feelings and decided to just up and leave. No, Mac wasn't in Vision. He eventually joined Snake. Anyways, he was in Man Up though until Man Up died. Man Up hadn't died yet at this point. But he ended up leaving and going to Vision, and I was like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. This man just, after a couple bad node wars, just fucking abandons us all and just goes. Like, fuck, I should have just went there to begin with. So I decided, you know what, fuck these guys. They were also at that same time trying to coordinate a triple V alliance. There was like Vertex, some other guild, and they were trying to recruit Villain. Vexus, I think it was. They were trying to do like this triple V alliance where they were going to just continuously Zerg Man Up. And I was like, you know what? I don't want to be part of Zerging. Fuck that shit. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to make amends. I'll reach out to Lakari, talk about rejoining Man Up, and I'm going to fight the Zerg. So I ended up rejoining Man Up, and the Vision guys got pissed. And then they started doing the copy pasta. There was like, when I ended up leaving Man Up, I wrote up like a big reason why and whatnot, right? And they basically just started copy pasting that in my chat. And I found it kind of flattering. I was like, God damn, these guys I don't even know, they're so upset about me joining Man Up instead of joining them. They're coming in here taking it on me. So I ended up sticking up with Man Up for quite some time. And then at Vertex, Man Up ended up recruiting Dongfeng from Cho, and Dongfeng was like one of Cho's biggest bangers at the time. Cho, like every week, was always fighting non-stop, right? They didn't care about sitting in a castle, they were always just fighting. And Man Up, I don't know how they recruited Dongfeng. I don't know if they poached him or if Dongfeng reached out to them. I wasn't involved in any of the leadership discussions, obviously. But either way, Dongfeng left Cho and joined Man Up. And then Cho decided to meme on Man Up for it. And Cho at this time was considered like a lapdog of Man Up because they would never go and attack Man Up. I don't know what the reasons were for that. But that was the tipping point. When Man Up took on Dongfeng, they joined up with Vertex, Black Rose, and a few other smaller guilds, and then they went and Zerged Man Up out. And that was the super leggy siege where there's a clip of Lakari spinning on the ground dead and he can't revive. Yeah, it was that siege, and it was as soon as they took our fort, Cho was like, "You take our Dongfeng, we take your castle." And it was just like this funny meme thing. There was actually a whole Cho video made about that siege. But yeah, they just kept Zerging out Man Up over and over and over and over and over again wherever they went. And yeah, Corrupt was probably involved in that too. It was a fucking shit show. So after a while, the Man Up guys, I guess they got tired of it. They decided to throw in the towel. Lakari, I guess, was quitting the game, and he was kind of the heart and soul of that guild. So when Man Up died, I decided, fuck it. I guess I'll just go join all the boys in Snake. So, like, almost all my relevant buddies, aside from a couple others, Mac wasn't in relevant, but he was still in Man Up. He ended up joining Snake. I ended up joining Snake. And Vert ended up joining Snake. And there was like one or two others. There wasn't a bunch of us. But of course, this pissed off a lot of other guilds because they thought that Snake took on most of the... and during this time, that's when Vision became Snake. So while all that drama that was going on with Man Up, the original leader, FX, of Vision, decided that he didn't want to play anymore. And he was going to pass on lead, but I guess the condition of passing on lead was that Vision would have to rechange its name. Change its name, not rechange its name. So, they ended up dropping Castle and passing leadership to B-Kill, and then the guild became Snake. And that was while Man Up was getting zerged out. Because the very first week that they zerged out Man Up, the next week they went and zerged out Snake. So that was the opportunity since they lost the castle. And the funny thing is too, like, if Snake and Vertex and them wanted to... At this point, they weren't like super mad with Snake. They were more mad with Man Up. And if they really wanted to stick it to Man Up, what they should have done was let Snake stay in the castle, because at this point Man Up had the record for the longest streak in the castle, and they were being trailed by Snake. Snake was like 4 or maybe 8 weeks behind them. But because they zerged out Snake right after Man Up, they basically locked in Man Up being, probably even to this day, still the record holder of the longest streak of sitting in a castle. Anyways, yeah, so Snake renamed, Man Up died, and I ended up saying, fuck it, I'm gonna go rejoin all my buddies in Relevant. Who cares about that one loser? That pissed me off. So I ended up joining them, and stuck out with Snake until they died. And then after Snake died, I just took a break for quite some time. And then, actually, there was actually a little bit of a break. I think I took like a 2-month break after Man Up died. I didn't immediately join Snake. Because I remember there was actually, like, Black Rose reached out to me. They're like, hey, you looking for a guild and whatnot? And I was like, you know, I kind of just feel like chilling for a little while. So I chilled for a little while. Then I joined Snake. Stuck with Snake for probably about 4 years. Then Snake died. Snake, for the most part, just sat in the castle and kind of antagonized Black Rose and Vertex and Corrupt. Snake's whole strategy, Man Up was like all about backdoor politics, trying to basically intimidate and threaten people and pit people against each other so that they could, so people were too scared to attack him, and that ended up backfiring on him. Where Snake, on the other hand, had a completely separate strategy. Just try to be strong enough that nobody, but stay out of politics. So stay out of politics and just sit in a castle, but be strong enough that neither side wants to turn you against them. Both sides just want to leave you alone because they know that between the war between Cho and Black Rose, that if either of them pushed you on the other side, it would tip the balance, and now the side that forced Snake on the other side would win, right? Or, sorry, would lose. So, that was kind of Snake's strategy. Just stay out of politics, but be strong enough that nobody wants to push you onto the other side. And Snake just sat in castle for a super long time, just sitting back watching everybody else feud with each other. And then, people ended up realizing how shit Snake was. Like, Snake had a lot of gear, but because it just never fought, and all it ever did was sit in a castle, that's all it was ever able to do, was defend from a castle. And then when they did changes that made it so, when they removed the friendly fire, and guilds could push into a castle all at the same time, that was the end of Snake. Because at that point, you couldn't defend the castle, and their whole identity was gone, right? Practically any small guild, especially with how shitty the servers were then, not that they're much better now, but like almost any 2 guilds or 3 guilds could push in simultaneously and would just be laggy enough that it didn't matter how much stronger you were than them. You just couldn't play the game. So that was kind of the end of Snake. They couldn't do the whole castle sitting anymore. So I was waiting for the pigs. So Snake ended up dying, and then I ended up taking a break for quite some time again. I didn't want to immediately jump into something. At this point, you know, yeah, I just kind of sat and chilled, and I was like, you know what? Instead of just following my friends from guild to guild, I think I'm going to actually just try joining one of my enemies this time. And the toss-up was between Corrupt and Digital. And I was like, well, Digital's at the top, and I've, you know, between being in Man Up when it was at the top, and then being in Snake when it was at the top. Oh, I completely skipped Cho. So Snake died, and then I ended up taking... Oh, yeah, that's right. Snake died. I ended up taking a break, and I had some guilds reach out to me. But I decided to end up joining my friends in Cho. And Cho was kind of like the middle ground between Snake and Man Up, where Man Up tried to do intimidation and backdoor politics to intimidate people not to fight them, right? And Snake was complete opposite. They wanted to stay completely out of the fight and just sit and collect bags and do no politics. Well, Cho was like the middle ground. They didn't care about sitting. They weren't doing backdoor politics. They were just trying to set up fights and fight as often as possible. So I was like, okay, this is cool. And I joined Cho and sat in there for a few more years until they eventually decided to retire. And then I ended up taking a break for probably like 3 or 4 months. And I came to, I decided, you know what? After being in the, you know, when Man Up was in the top, when for the very, very short time that Barcode was considered at the top, Snake at the top, Cho at the top, I was like, you know what? I don't want to join a top guild this time. So, and I want to join one of my enemies. I want to see what it's like from the other side. And all the guilds I've been in have always fought with like Black Rose, and then, you know, obviously eventually Digital once Black Rose joined Digital. So I considered joining Black Rose. But I was like, well, they're kind of sitting at the top right now. So that left Corrupt, and I was like, you know what? This will be kind of cool. So I ended up joining Corrupt, but Corrupt only ended up lasting like a year after I joined them. Maybe I can't remember how long it was. It was pretty short lived. Well, that was kind of that was fun to do from the other side. You know, one thing you realize as you go through so many guilds is it's all the same. Every guild, you try to villainize your enemies, but every guild is just all the same. Just people trying to have fun, make the best of it. Every time you get into a fight, people will always point the finger and blame, well, they're zerging us, or you're zerging them, whatever the nonsense is. The reality is a GVG would start, and one side would be losing. It would usually start over a grind spot dispute. Somebody would be losing, so they would call a friend, and then the other side would start losing, so they'd call 2 friends, and then they'd call 5 friends, and then all of a sudden they would do a platoon, and the other guild doesn't all call, and then the other guild doesn't all call. And you realize it's just a tit for tat of resources, right? Both sides trying to pull as many people as possible until they're eventually winning and the other side can't pull anymore. And it doesn't matter which side you're on, it's always the same thing. Whoever has the most active members that are ready to PvP are the ones who are able to pull more, and they're considered the guild that zergs. But the reality is, both sides have always been willing to do the zerging, I'm doing air quotes, if they had the resources to them, right? Because it's just, at the end of the day, it's winning is more important. Every guild I've ever been in has always been the same thing in that way, right? So, yeah, you realize all guilds are the same. And everybody's just trying to have fun. So, but, yeah, Corrupt ended up dying. I ended up just chilling for a little while after that. And, a lot of the people that I like, there was a good group. Well, the Hot Boys, right? Pico was allied with Corrupt, and then when Corrupt threw in the towel after the alliance blew up, and they're just like, you know what? We're just gonna take a break anyways. This is a good opportunity. I decided, you know what, let's just go join Pico, and then Pico decided to group up with Vagabonds, which also had a small group of Cho guys as well. It was like, okay, well this is kind of a good fit. This is kind of like a mini Cho. And I said that a couple times, and I think some people heard it, and they actually thought that Vega Pico was like a mini Cho, and it's probably even more so that these days than it used to be, because at first there was actually so few, right? Maybe a dozen people between the two guilds that used to be in Cho, but as time has gone on, people return back to BDO, and obviously people want to play with their friends, so there's probably more ex-Cho guys in here now than there was then, but I can't imagine it's more than 20% of the guild. But yeah, I've been just kind of chilling here since. Yeah, bacon time. I used to get a lot more emotionally invested in the fights and the politics, but after kind of going around and seeing that every guild's the same thing. The phrase, you either die the hero or live long enough to see yourself become the villain, is just proven to be so true. It's just like every guild thinks whatever guild is at the top is the villain and the game will be saved if they die. And we just see it time and time again that it doesn't matter where a guild is positioned. Guilds dying is bad for the game. Doesn't matter who they are, doesn't matter if they're a medium, small, or big guild. People end up quitting because they want to play with their friends, and if their friends leave, they leave. And it just makes a more shallow environment for everybody else. And whatever new guild ends up sitting at the top ends up adopting all the same habits as the previous guilds at the top. Because it's not that anybody's bad, it's just the game's the game, right? And if you're gonna play the game and you want to be at the top, then you got to play it the way that involves you, requires you to be at the top. And a lot of people will always villainize whatever guild is at the top because they'll think, oh well, they're the ones poaching all of the top players because they don't want to have people to compete against. It's like, well, the reality of the situation is, sure, maybe sometimes some people are approached, but they're usually approached by their friends, right? People that they hung out with. And their friend's like, hey, you know what? You should come join us instead. I think you'd have a lot of fun over here. It's not like they're trying to just poach people they don't know. There's usually some type of relationship already established. And people just want to play with their friends or whatever, right? But aside from that, that's like a really small subset of the cases. Most of the time when people use just smaller guilds as leapfrog guilds, right? They just want to get to the bigger guilds so they can have the biggest benefit, and they could call themselves the winners, right? So like 90% of the time, whatever guild's at the top just has people constantly reaching out to them whenever they feel like there's spots available, being like, hey, can I join you guys? Because they just want to be there. And you can't fault the guild at the top because, people want geared people or skilled people want to join them. That's a game problem. That's not a player problem. PA needs to do more things to encourage guild loyalty and reward guild loyalty, right? And there's like almost nothing in the game for that. So why wouldn't you just go to the guilds that benefit you the most? Especially when, there's a lot of people who don't have like really big emotional attachments to people in there. They just joined. They don't really hop in comms, they just hang out, and obviously as soon as a better opportunity shows up, they're going to take it. So once again, that's just kind of like the human condition, right? That's just what people do. And you can't fault the guilds at the top for doing it. I saw it from the inside when I was on those other guilds. I see it from the outside. I definitely don't blame Digi for that, right? That's just people being like, okay, well, if I'm going to join a new guild and have to meet new people, why not try to start at the top? And I put most of the blame on PA for that as well, because there's so many slots available. 150 slots for a guild is so fucking many between the main guild and the alliance, that when you have a population that's this small in terms of like the PvP population, like obviously it's just going to create problems, right? Because you're just going to have this massive turnover. So people are going to see that turnover as a constant opening of opportunities to move up. I've already heard at some point people be like, oh, the game would be so much better if Digi died. It's like, no, it wouldn't. Like, have you not been paying attention to the last few years? Every year a guild dies, the game gets progressively less competitive. Not more competitive, less competitive. What's up, Lakota? Where's Archive been? I haven't seen Archive in a hot minute. I hope I haven't been ruffling too many sage feathers talking about how broken our class is. I know some people do not like it when their class is broken, people advocating for nerfs. They treat you as if you're a traitor. Yeah. I just hope that they're very gentle with the nerf bat. I don't think we're as ridiculously overpowered as people think. Like, let me rephrase that. I don't think we're as... I think the problem is very simple. How oppressive our movement damage is. That's really it. GM buffs BA1. Well, hopefully the GM is still there after I finish this cave. Because I can't exactly go to the BA while I'm in here. Most classes have 0 movement damage. And it's alright to have a little bit of movement chip. But you should not be killing people as effectively standing as Awakening Sage can. And this problem is exaggerated even more because Solare is already a squishy environment. Outside of Solare, it's definitely not as bad when you have equally geared people, but it's still apparent in open world, right? So, yeah, it needs a little bit downward tuning with its movement damage, but I think that's the primary issue. And I think that, and this is where I'm probably going to lose some people who are on the Sage hate train, but I think Sages would agree. I think in general, but let me start with this, right? I think we can all agree that if you're going to be doing good damage, you should have to be doing damage that you have to commit to, right? Things like Rift Storm, Interrogate, Lightning Prison, Upsurge. You don't care as much when those abilities do big damage because you have to stand still and commit to it, and it's possible to punish it, right? I think people can agree that when classes are doing damage, it should be damage they're committing to, not just damage that they're being fully protected and moving. So I really think that they should not only just nerf the movement damage, but move that damage to Rift Storm and Interrogate. Because those abilities do laughably low damage when you consider the animation and how much you're locked into it. And people are like, oh my god, Zeth, what are you talking about buffing Sage? Are you kidding me? No, this would actually still make Sage weaker than now, because these are 2 abilities that you can punish. Rift Storm is a great ability to grab people out of, and Interrogate is a great forward guard to punish people out of. And you want Sages using those more often. These create openings for you to punish by making Sage use more of those for damage, as opposed to just doing movement trading damage. Yeah, you could legit have somebody CC'd on the ground. You could catch somebody with a back attack upsurge core stun, and you're still on their back, and you start rolling and interrogating to them, and that shit just tickles them with back attacks. Interrogate is so obnoxiously low. Yeah. Well, that's the thing, Neri, is even if they went and just undid the buffs that they did back in March, I think Sage would still be fine. I was fine with how Sage was before the PvP buffs. If they undid the PvP buffs and just kept the PvE changes, I think it would be perfect. But if they end up nerfing us worse than before those changes started, yeah, I'm gonna be pissed. This is probably why PA is flying me out to their office before they do any changes, not after they do the changes. They don't want a pissed off old man Zeth in their office. What do you mean class changes again? They announced that, right? When the PvE changes concluded, they said, okay, the PvE changes, I'm paraphrasing, by the way, but they said the PvE changes have mostly concluded. This does not mean we're done. We will continue to do small tweaks here and there, but our focus is now going to turn towards PvP. And then people were like, okay, cool. And then we waited a week, and then we waited another week, and then they started Solare, and we're like, huh? So I think that they are doing this shorter Solare season to try to get some data on how the PvE changes have affected all the classes in PvP before they go through and start buffing PvP. That's my theory. And I think it's a reasonable... Like, I think if they came out and straight up said before the season started, hey, this is a fuck around season, we're just trying to gauge how these changes have affected all the classes before we go into the PvP side of things, I think everybody would be cool with it. I am, Neri. They're flying me out in less than 2 weeks. In fact, in 2 weeks from today, I will be flying home. I'll be on a plane coming home. 2 weeks from today. Maybe they're flying me out there because they want me to be a consultant on how to properly nerf Sage. I'm gonna tell them, all you gotta do is just make it no windy he's allowed. Fight for no asthma? Yeah. Well, this is what I think they should do stam-wise. I think they've gone too overboard with improving our stamina. I think Bolt should go back up to 150. It used to be 200. That should go back up to 150. And Judgment should also be 150. I think between those two abilities, just having 50 more stamina will make it so you have to start paying attention to stamina again. A lot of people don't realize that how quickly a stamina deficit on abilities versus the amount of time you have to regenerate, how quickly that can snowball. So plus 50 on both those abilities doesn't sound much at face value, but there have been classes who have been absolutely destroyed stamina-wise by just adding 100 more stamina to their rotation. The thing is about Sage, though, like, one of the best examples, Alexiron, is like Deadeye. Yes, they're also doing damage with movement, but they aren't a catch class. Not the way Sage is. Sage is overloaded because not only is it an amazing class for catching people, and it has a grab, and it can iframe around and keep itself protected, and it has insane recovery, but it can also trade you down. I personally think that's where the line should be, right? If they're not going to make classes less protected, which is very clearly not what they're going to do, then classes without a grab should be the ones that are much more effective at trading you down. That should be their benefit, right? They can try to force you into making a mistake by pushing damage on you, where grab classes don't need to push you into making a mistake in the same sense, right? They'll try to push you into maybe using a longer animation at the wrong time, and then punish you with a grab. That's what it is right now. It's 100. I think it should go up 50 on both. Not just 50 on the overcharge. It goes up. It went from 200 on a normal bolt and 250 on overcharge down to 100 and 150. That was minus 100 off both of them. It should just go up halfway. 50 and 50. And then judgment should be plus 50. Oh yeah, let's go get those buffs. Hopefully the... You said BA1, right? Divine Executioner is a longer animation that locks your stamina. If you added a stamina cost also to Divine Executioner, on top of those other changes, we would go back to having very, very bad stamina again. Like I said, people don't realize how quickly a stamina deficit spirals out of control. I'm trying to set... Give me some. What are they trying to give me? I don't think they meant to trade with me. I mean, Paradigm, think about things like Warriors charging thrust. Charging thrust will move you just as far, but in a shorter period of time than Divine Executioner. Now, mind you, it's a forward guard, so it's a little bit easier to punish. But that ability lets you recover stamina while doing it. Ours doesn't cost stamina, but it locks your stamina. Tell them to buff Deadeye PvE. No, Deadeye PvE is fine. Deadeye doesn't need to be the best grinder in the game to be a viable grinder. It's still a good grinder. You know what classes need PvE buffs? Suckvelk. Probably Awaken Maewa. Actually, maybe Awaken Maewa's good. There's definitely way more classes out there that need PvE buffs far more than Deadeye does. Suckdrak got buffs. Suckdrak's a decent grinder now. I watched Lunar grinding it like Orzekio with it, and it didn't seem terrible. Like I said, too many people have this idea that the only way their class is viable in PvE if it's competing with the best classes. No. As long as it's competing in the middle. Bal 06 is 2 hours of green buff. I should move to Bal 6 after this. Good call. Oh shit, my buffs wore off. Oh, only one did, never mind. Like, things like DK, Awaken Musa, Maewa, these non-grab classes, Deadeye, and I know some of them definitely miss the mark, but classes like that should be the ones that have the damage. Maybe a little bit less for Suck Meiwa because it actually has some insane, like, with it being able to spam subs at you. Like, that shit's kind of crazy. But in terms of, like, Suck Musa, like, its damage is crazy, but that's all it's got, man. If you took away Suck Musa's damage, what would it even do? Classes like that need the big damage. So, yeah, the non-grab classes, I think, are the ones that should have the highest damage. Like, I'm fine with DK doing crazy damage, because that's what they do, right? They try to pressure you. Do you think Suck Ninja's complaining so much? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. There's everybody. It isn't exclusive to ninjas. Ninjas have main character syndrome. The same way a lot of warriors do. They're just one of those class types where all those players think they're the main character and they'll only ever be happy if they're at the top. They are definitely not a bad class. Now, they are a class... So, this is the thing about ninjas specifically, and this kind of relates to how Hash and Awakening Sage are right now, is they are a class that requires a lot of effort to do well on, right? So... when you have a class that is really strong but requires a lot of effort and skill to do well, that also means on the reverse side of things, there's a lot of opportunities to fuck up and get punished for it, right? And how that relates to Sage and Hash right now is I think Awakening Hash and Awakening Sage are equally as broken. It's just Awakening Hash doesn't feel as equally broken, because it's a harder class to play, which means there's more opportunities to fuck up. You don't have just average Joes hopping on Awakening Hash and immediately popping off the way you do with Awakening Sage right now. Because Awakening Sage is a lot easier because of how they changed it. Waiting? You got the microphone? I mean, you can't just say you disagree. You gotta make a point. My point is, Hash has better modifiers against almost every other class in the game, except for two. I think it's Shy and Nova. I know it's Nova and something. It takes less damage from every other class in the game as well because of those multipliers. Like, if you go to the class damage ratios, Hash takes less damage than against every class than Sage, and does more damage to every class than Sage. Well, once again, Electrify, that has a lot to do with what I said, right? And that's where the problem is with Awakening Sage. It's our movement trading damage that is the problem. Hash has to commit to the damage with things like Ensnaring Sands and Serpent's Coil, where they have to be in the middle of the fight to do it. Where Awakening Sage can do that shit from a distance, but we're also doing damage with all of our movement. And that's why I think the movement damage is the problem. But you take an equally geared Sage and an equally geared Hash and put them side by side and have them do like a Lightning Prison and a Serpent's Coil into each other, or a Ensnaring Sands and a Rift Storm into each other, and you'll see that there is a massive advantage in damage to Hash. It's just Hash has to be next to you and has to commit to the damage, where Awakening Sage is just doing obnoxious damage while moving. And that's what adds to the ease of play. If you have to commit to your damage the way a Hash does, then it's easier to punish the Hash for it. Where Sage is just doing its damage while moving. And that's why I think the problem with Sage is the movement damage. That's where it needs to be addressed. Impaling, Judgment, Spearbolt, and Aftershock should not do as much damage as they do. Impaling doesn't do much damage. It does too much damage for the type of ability it is. You shouldn't have an on-demand iframe that's also a catch, is fully protected, and does as much damage as it does. It 100% does too much damage. And you're likely... one of the primary reasons it does too much damage is because of how easy it is to get back attacks with it when you're using it. That's the same thing with Judgment. The numbers on them themselves don't seem absolutely insane, but the reality is those abilities are positioning you in a spot to get back attacks with the abilities. And that should be compensated for, right? Or that should be considered when it comes to the damage numbers. Because a back attack is almost as if you're comboing the person, right? Judgment puts you up and behind the target, and then you slam down behind them, right? Same thing with Impaling Flash. It tries to put you through them and on their back. That's why the numbers themselves don't look insane. But when you consider how frequently they get back attacks while trying to trade using those abilities, that's where the problem is. Fuck. I was gonna do something, but I can't remember what. Oh, that's right. I was gonna try to buy that outfit. Fuck, it's too late now. Yeah. So you have three things going on, right? Both players are communicating with the server, and whenever there's a discrepancy between the two players, the server has to make a judgment call on what it feels was the most accurate thing that happened. And when that happens, that means one person experiences what feels like desync to them, and then the other person, gets what they saw, right? One thing about Zerker Grab there, too, is Zerker Grab is a window. It's not a single frame attempt. That's why you see stuff like that happen a lot with Zerker, where they throw a grab and you have an ability that's moving you crazy through them. But if you just happen, while you're in that window, if your super armor blinks, or if your iframe disappears for a fraction of a second, doesn't matter what other protection it is, they're going to grab you because it's a window while they're throwing the animation. It's not just a single frame attempt, like with a lot of classes. Not all grabs are created equally, and a lot of people will act like, oh, well, ranged grabs are the worst thing in the game. It's like, well, there's a lot of other advantages to other grabs as well that make them very forgiving. Like, Warrior Grab is very forgiving. Zerker Grab is extremely forgiving. Yes, you have to be closer, but you have a much, like with Warrior, you don't even have to be directly facing your target the same way you do with Sage. You can be pointing almost 90 degrees to the left or right of them and still land the grab. Same with Zerker, right? You have to be close, but they have a massive cone, and they also have that grab penetration, but that's a separate argument of resist being bullshit anyways, so... So yeah, Hash does have a faster grab and a slower animation grab, and depending on the hand that your weapon is in, if your I'm trying to remember what the name of their weapon is called. If it's in their left hand, because I'm pretty sure they grab with their right hand, then you can do a faster grab. But if it's in the wrong hand, then you have to your hash has to basically change hands before doing it. This was a mechanic that was with a lot of classes back in the day too. Like Warrior, your foot positioning was actually important for some of your abilities. Where if you had your 1 foot forward, you would do some animations faster. Well, click to move is definitely a skill you have to learn. I mean, there's no doubt, especially in the case of Awakened Zerk, which is the best example of this. If you're fighting an Awakened Zerk that uses click to move and one that doesn't, it's a night and day difference. It's not even close. You feel almost as if you're fighting two completely separate classes. And it's something you have to learn. Now, I think at times some Zerkers will overstate how much of it is because of that skill that they've learned, and how much of it is because of desync, for sure, right? It's kind of annoying for the person. It's kind of hard for them to react to your click to move when the server can't even properly display it to you. So, it would be cool if PA could get it, so when Zerkers are using click to move, people could actually see what they're doing. Because then a lot of the catches that happen, not necessarily all of them, I don't know what the exact ratio would be, but it definitely wouldn't be zero, right? There would certainly be a lot more situations where the Zerker clicks the move and the person manages still to avoid the grab. Where right now, like the Zerker, you'll see him click to move and all of a sudden you're like, huh? And then all of a sudden he appears out of nowhere and you're grabbed. You're like, oh, well, that's nice. But yeah, that's why I think if they reduce the movement damage on Awakening Sage and moved it more into abilities that you have to commit to that can be punished, like Interrogate and Riftstorm, then it would bring us a lot more in line with Hash. And then bring some of our stamina management back, not all of it. It should never be as bad as we had to deal with it at one point. But we could definitely dial it back a bit. It's a little bit much now. If you just made it so we had to commit to our damage more with things like Riftstorm and Interrogate, and have to pay more to our attention to our stamina, then I think it would definitely bring us a lot more in line with like where Hash is. That's assuming that Hash is the benchmark that PA wants to aim for. Who knows? Maybe. I think it's reasonable to assume that Hash is considered overpowered too, and we're just the step above it because of how much easier we are. No, they definitely shouldn't. And they know they aren't, right? They're in the process right now of phasing it out. They've already made changes to some classes that have affected click to move on them. This is something that they are actively working on right now, but I think it is something that they should do carefully. Because there are some classes, Awakened Zerk being the primary one, that are extremely reliant on it. That class is 10 times easier to fight if they don't use click to move. So, I think as they dial it back, then give them some compensation as you go and try to find a nice middle ground, right? Because yeah, it's clear that they can't fix it, right? I think it would be much better if they could fix it, and then they gave all classes the ability to click to move some things. I think adding more layers to express skill is a good thing. Did I get the times 50 boxes? Did we get that one yet? Ooh, let's find out. Dun 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 dun. Yo, we cheered. That's probably bad. Wait. Yo! Where did we rank on that? That was the second worst reward. Oh well, at least it wasn't the worst. %45 chance? Yo. Oh my god, look at all the people out here. Well, we still get this too, another premium outfit box. That's like 3 costume. That's fucking thick. Get the maid. Definitely grab a Gosby. I'll definitely leave those alone. These are all event ones, so you can't sell them. I'll grab that. I'll definitely grab that. I'll grab the Thea's orbs, just in case they ever add something that I want to reroll. 2. Skill change coupon. Probably grab those 2. Probably grab brands. End up needing those for sovereign armors, huh? Definitely grab the artisans, grab the aliens, grab the tiers. Yeah, it's pretty sick. 10 G bars? Isn't that only a mil? Yeah. Oh, that's right. I haven't bought these yet. That reminds me, I need to stock up on... Oh, hell yeah. And deep sea. I'm going to take this opportunity to stock up. I want to get like 1,000 of each. So I don't have to worry about running out during the middle of the season. Between the seasons. Let me in! Let me in! Oh, I need the re-10 buff. Yeah, for sure. I don't know if anybody ever says the contrary. That's why all the best players, it's not how well they know their classes. It's not like they're doing something that nobody else does. It's situational awareness and class knowledge of everything else. Armin does? No, he definitely does not. I mean, it is a skill. It's a skill you have to learn. And there are legit a ton of people out there who have much more difficult time. Yes, good players can learn these skills very fast. That's part of what makes them good. But there are a lot of hashes out there that have been hash mains for a while that still struggle with it. It is a skill you need to learn, and you will be stronger with it. And yes, for most people, not for most people, for some people, learning things like tab canceling will feel trivial. It'll come super fast because their brain is wired that way. They are good at learning things and picking up new habits. But your average players, that isn't the case. It takes them more time to learn it. You don't have your panties twisted because he's saying Hash is a harder class than Awakening Sage, do you? Because it is 100% a harder class. What kind of player am I? I am good at picking up new habits as long as they don't encroach on the territory of old habits, because that's where I struggle. Trying to get rid of old muscle memory and replace it with new muscle memory is where I struggle. I think you're reading into it too deeply. And I don't want to be speaking for Armin. This really is a conversation you need to be having with him. But the way I interpret when hashes say tab canceling is a skill, I don't interpret it as them saying that if you can tab cancel on hash, you're a skilled player. The way I interpret it is an additional skill you need to learn that contributes in general to you being a better player. Am I coming to Siege tonight? Oh yeah, definitely. Oh, 100%. And Armin, you even talked to him about it. He'll even tell you that Sage in the past was a class that took skill to play. But yeah, I've never heard any hash try to make the argument that if you're able to tab cancel, that means you're a good hash. Because that's definitely not the case. That'd be a very obnoxious thing to say. By the way, thanks for filling in, even though you had already done it yesterday, Daz. I appreciate that. Yep, 100%. And I think it's important to understand this. This isn't like a super competitive esport game where you have to consider the fringe levels of balance. This is a very casual game that happens to have PvP in it. Sure, there's some people who don't treat it like a casual PvP game, but the majority of the people who do play this game do. And PA needs to balance the game around the average user because of that. And right now, there's a lot of average Awakened Sages punching way above their weight class because of the current state of Awakening Sage. Yeah, that was in regards to PV as well. That's how they justified nerfing some classes that were a little bit too high, right? They said we underestimated. I don't know if they specifically used the word skill, but whatever they used, they probably did. Yeah. Oh, that's a good thing, right? Because you're never going to have perfect balance. In a game with this much class differences, you're never, ever going to have it perfectly balanced. So I think it is important that they shuffle it around all the time. And I think Zerker, we were talking about this yesterday, Zerker has a very unique toolkit for a 3v3 game mode where it is always going to do well. If they ever nerf it to the point where it's not doing well and it's just doing average in that game mode, it's going to be worthless everywhere else. This is like Suck Ranger, for example, or Archer. They have a toolkit that's super conducive to large scale, and they will always do good in that mode. If they ever put in a position where they can't do good where their kit is designed for, just think of how bad they're going to do everywhere else. I think Zerker is in a tricky spot like that. Even in large scale right now, like Zerkers are kind of mediocre. Yeah. Well, that's part of the reason also why Awakening Sage's trading damage feels so crazy right now. Solare is like the squishiest environment in the game right now. And when you have a class that iframes a ton, does damage while moving, and is difficult to land hits on, yeah, it's going to feel real oppressive. I think the way Solare is designed definitely is making Sage... It's giving the impression that Sage is extremely busted everywhere, and it's just more so in Solare. Yo, what's up, Averona? Like I said, even if they decided to just completely undo the PvP side of the buffs and just do the PvE side, I'd be perfectly fine with it. I felt like a perfectly competent class before they did the PvP changes. Duck Sage is a good grinder. In fact, it's a better grinder in spots where there isn't a lot of movement. Or crystals. I mean, the same crystals, just all damage. Stage dance party. Damn, Lekashan even swaps to preserve his buffs. What a fucking madman. Time yet? Oh no, we still got like 40 seconds. Yeah, these are the crystals. Sorry. Right, just full damage, all gas, no breaks. I could swap the back attack crystals to do the scroll faster, but there's no reason to do the scroll faster if I'm waiting on cooldown after anyways. No. The benefits of 4 Maculaws is super small over what I'm using. It's like +1 AP. But you give up the DR and you do give up some resists. And since I'm not running any resists, I mean, you never know when an attack will get through. I would like to have the slightly higher chance to avoid it, right? I never said it's not worth it. You just gotta balance the trade-offs in the situation you're in. Here, I don't feel it's worth it for 1 extra AP. Right, because I'd have to give up. I'm definitely not giving up the Rebellious. I'm definitely not giving up the Decimations. I'm definitely not giving up the Corrupteds or the Acarads or... Oh shit, I got this thing going on. So I would have to sacrifice 1 Dark Red Fang, which is already 5 AP, and then 1 of these, right, which is 5 AP. So I'd be giving up 10 monster AP, or 10 AP in general, for 11 AP, right? I give up the 3DR, I give up a little bit of I give up the 10% resist, all for 1 AP. Just seems kind of pointless. Did you? I bet they put on a great show. I love Dave Grohl. No. The amount of stats you sacrifice doing that is going to make you... All the 200% will do is bring you back up to where you would have been if you were running full AP crystals. So when you don't have your 200%, you're just going to be significantly weaker. It wouldn't be so bad if they made the 200% last for 2 minutes instead of a full minute, instead of just a minute. But as it currently stands, right, the 200% isn't that much better than the 100%. And the you're just going to have half the uptime of 200%. You think they'll eventually make Pen Fallen God easier? Yeah, of course they will. It'll be easier because there'll be more incremental steps, right? The same way they added Goderai to make Pen Blackstar feel more accessible. They'll add something along those lines, or a Sovereign Armor where the gap between Tet and Pen, instead of being one monumental giant step, it'll be spread out amongst a collection of, you know, maybe 5 or more steps. Which will make it feel significantly easier. It'll still cost roughly the same in the long run, but the cost is something that will always get easier no matter what, because the progress of every MMO is, you know, power creep, new classes, better grind spots, more money, basically inflation, right? Once upon a time, we were grinding 10 million silver an hour. Then we were grinding 100 million silver an hour. Then we were grinding 1 billion silver an hour. Now we're grinding 2.5 billion silver an hour. One day we'll be at 10 billion an hour. Then we'll be at 100 billion an hour. You know, as these things happen, you know, things are going to just get easier and easier. Probably won't be much longer. Probably be like a year, and you'll be able to do an hour of grinding and go run to the vendor, buy vendor crons, and do a penfall and god click with every hour you grind. Or maybe 2 years. I think that might be reasonable in 2 years from now. I mean, PA's definitely been a little bit more controlled with their inflationary additions. That's for sure. Serendia Elvia was like the largest, most insane intended jump we've ever seen. The largest unintended jump was obviously sea monster hunting. The hell? Oh, so weird. Pretty good, Jack. How you doing? Not as big as Serendia Elvia, but it was a pretty decent little bump there too. The thing about the differences between those two spots was Serendia Calpheon was a big bump because of Despairs being max price and everybody immediately wanting to get their upgrade. But in terms of the raw silver that it put into the economy through trash loot was roughly the same, right? Only slightly higher. Whereas Serendia, compared to everything else, was not only initially a massive jump because of the Moonlight necks, right? But that was pretty short-lived, because everybody got theirs pretty quickly, and then those started crashing. But it was the raw silver that people were generating was a massive jump over what you could make everywhere else, right? And it's that raw silver increase that drives inflation. Commodities, sure, they make you more money, but they actually contribute to deflation. Because if you sell it to get more silver in your pocket, it gets taxed, and then the next person has that silver to spend on something else, right? Or has the item that they use, and then now you have the silver to spend on something else, which then gets it taxed again. Raw silver just means everybody has more money in their pockets in general. We can't get a single accessory today. We cannot get a single accessory today. I'll be back in a second. I think a lot of the reason why PA did that too, because like once upon a time, the amount of trash loot, the amount of money you made per hour, the trash loot contribution of that was like 10, 20, maybe 25%, where there was a point in time where all of a sudden the trash loot started contributing 30, 40, even 50%, especially with the addition of the advanced loot scroll, right? And it being a lot more accessible. And I think PA did this primarily because people would get upset. They would go to somewhere like Crescents and then they would grind for an hour and get no rings and they would make no money. And then you go there some hours and you'd get lucky and you'd make a bunch. But when people have bad luck, that means a lot more to them than when they have good luck. In the negative way, right? So like the times where they get lucky, they're like, yes, they're excited about it. But it's kind of like a short-lived excitement and then they move on. Where when they get really unlucky, that shit just really sits in their brains. They're like, God damn, why did I even grind that hour? It felt like I wasted my time. That shit sits much less easily with them, right? So I think that's why they pushed more silver through trash into the grinds proportionally, because it makes it so when you have those bad hours, they don't feel as bad. But unfortunately, an unintended consequence of that was also driving that inflation, because yellow loot scrolls, if I'm not mistaken, became significantly more popular and more regularly used around the same time as well as Serendia Elvia. I don't know how that one pig wasn't getting back attacked. His back was clearly facing me. What the fuck? Oh my goodness. Excuse me. I remember them saying they were changing the trash loot values in areas that were solely based on rare drops. Yeah, I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't remember that. Are you talking about like treasure items? Because that kind of makes sense. And if so, they definitely did that. Back in the day when you're grinding treasure items, you made almost no money at all. All of those spots, I mean, they're not the best money, but you actually feel reasonably compensated for your time while treasure chasing. So if that's what they were referring to, they 100% did it. Oh my god, Mr. Justin got it. He doesn't even realize he got it. Yeah, I think you're actually confusing. I don't think they were referring to spots with like Disto. Star's End, even Distos were quite common too. Star's End was the best spot in the game for a while. I think what you're referencing is them talking about like treasure item grinds, and they 100% did that. Oh my god, my fucking dad. I'm gonna have to call him and give him shit. My daughters outgrew their bikes, right? So we sold their old bike somewhere. My youngest daughter's birthday is coming up, so we're gonna just get him a new set of bikes for the birthday, right? And new bikes for kids aren't that expensive, like maybe $200. So I told my dad, hey, we're gonna get them new bikes. If you're looking for a birthday gift idea, if you just want to toss in like a couple bucks for the bikes, that'd be awesome. And he's like, yeah, that sounds great. My wife just messaged me. She goes, your dad just gave us $300 for the girls' bikes. My fucking dad. Now we gotta get them a gift. He fucking bought their bikes. That asshole. Now we gotta go figure out a gift to get them. Would it be wise not to tap for a deck weapon? I'd definitely wait right now. I mean, with us being so close to the Heidel ball, you never know what they're going to announce. There might be something that is more appealing. After this, we gotta go head out to Darkseekers too and start burning some Agers. I think I'm at 80k. Yeah. I don't know. I guess I can't blame my dad. My dad's retired. He's well off. Has a nice pension. Has nothing he needs to or wants to buy for himself. I'll be completely honest. I'd be spoiling my grandchildren too. But yeah, bikes have gone up so much. This will probably be their second last bike. Actually, probably the last bike we buy them, honestly. They're in that range now where we can buy them the bike they'll use until they can get an adult bike. It'll... And then at that point, they can move up and buy their own fucking bikes, god damn it. Well, I'm glad I got in. I got back in just in time to do one more run. I've been getting so many costumes lately. I don't know what sale they did this week, but I've been getting so many more costumes this week. It's been kind of thick. Every time I buy a costume, I look at it as instantly earning like almost 900 or 800 mil. Sorry, I should have told the EU people to plug their ears. Get over here, you fuck. So, we ended up having fall last night because my kids went to a friend's house for dinner, so it was just myself and my wife. And we were going to go to our normal Vietnamese place where we get food, but we decided to try a Thai place. And we ended up getting just like our typical noodle bowl. It was actually really close to our place too. We've never been there. We've been talking about trying it out. But we ended up just getting what we would have got from the other place anyways. And their pho and noodle bowl was actually so much better. It was so good. I told my wife this is a problem because the other place is across town. This place is like, I could walk there. And now that I know that their shit is so damn good, this is a fucking problem. Did you explain the sausage thing? Wait, what sausage thing? I don't remember. Oh, I have explained that a dozen times. So, every time you eat food, you get health XP, right? And except you can't spam foods, right? Because they all have a cooldown. So what I do is I first eat a 30-minute food. Then I eat my... Like, I have these three, right? So, first I eat the grilled sausage, because this will give me some health XP. Then I drink some spirit essence of water, because this also gives health XP. And then I'll do my simple cron. And the reason why I do the simple cron last is it says, cannot obtain health XP from eating certain food while this effect is applied. Now, to me, that implies that it's only affecting simple cron, but because there's no description saying that it's only cron meals that it locks you out of XP from, I just make sure I always eat these first, just in case. Because it would be completely pointless. Like, if this debuff also affected these, then it would be pointless to eat them after. So I go bing, 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 get basically 3 foods, work on my health XP a bit more, and yeah. I try to eat them every 30 minutes. Every time these are off cooldown, I eat all these. I wonder if Lecrashon got into his next run before Justin closed it. I know he was just starting his boss just as I was finishing. He might have, actually. I'm trying to think. I was like 1 or 2... Oh, maybe not. I was 1 or 2 packs in and Justin closed it. Oh, no, never mind. He just came out. He did. Never mind, that answers that. Yeah, shoot that shy. Shoot that shy. Shoot that shy. Collect my rewards. Yoinkers. How many do we have? Only 7? Oh my goodness, never mind. What's our trash pile at now, chat? Ooh, halfway to 1.1 trillion from a trillion. Oh my hoochie. What are you talking about? Yo, there goes Superman. See you later, Superman! Oh my god, I love Superman. That's how I always can tell. I can always fish Leckershen out of my chat, find out if he's lurking. Just be like, hey, there's Superman. I'm such a bitch. Yo, Leckershen, what happened with you joining Pico anyways? Probably didn't work out, right? Because I imagine, like, if I'm not mistaken, you're living in EU, and like if every time you want to do a siege or a node war, you're gonna have to wake up at like fucking 3 a.m. or some shit. What is going on? Oh, my game just crashed. What the fuck? I had like that massive stutter and then it recovered? Wait, why is this? Oh. That was weird as hell. Didn't work out because you're bad? I don't think that was the case. Were you... I don't even know if we had any fights while you were applying. Did we even have any fights? Ekron Castle? Oh. Boils down to skill issue? Yeah. I mean, you've been kind of just... yeah, I was about to say, your fourth node war, you've been kind of just chilling and doing your own thing for a while because, I mean, you started in NA, but you were living in Korea for a while. Now you're living in Europe. It's kind of tough to find a guild to commit to when your schedule is all over the place like that, so... He's in Trebuchet now? Oh, hey, there you go. That's a good place to chill. You got kind of thrown into the fire, too. If the one fight that could gauge you in is the fight against Digi. But... I mean, that is our primary competition right now, too, so I guess it is kind of important. Oop. Node War is a meme anyways, especially at 3 a.m. Yeah, sometimes you have fun fights. It's not a complete meme, but a lot of times it is. Why did I just hear Discord ping? Is that my meme channel? Yep. Fucking Valerie. Fucking Valerie. Fuck. No, I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to thumbs up that shit. Fuck you. Do do do. Do 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 do. Kinda hungry. Thanks to me, yeah. Get out of here, jacked. Don't you touch. No, 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 no! Don't you dare! Don't you dare! Yo, look at this fucking half naked looking ass out here. Jesus Christ. I was taking a shit. Yeah. I'm gonna actually go make food anyways. You can have it. I didn't want it anyways. Your stink is all over it. I'll be back. I'm gonna go figure out something to eat. Mm-mm-mm. Made myself a nice little fried egg sandwich. Only Vans? Hmm. Oh no, I just went and made my own. My wife's not home today, but she does bring me food. Yes, when she is home on Mondays, she spoils the fuck out of me. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Okay, we're back. Time to go kill Jack Genius. Surprise, bitch! Boom! Okay, now we go. Meow. Meow. That's for my horse, you rat. Finally, vengeance. Damn it, is there somebody here? Oh my goodness, who's here? Who's this fucking guy? You are what's wrong with media. You damn right I am. Wait, who's this guy? Why are we at war with Axiom? Why am I so disorientated right now? Oh yeah, here we go. We'll try this spot. I haven't tried this spot in a hot minute. Dreamer, you know you are a dreamer. I came and dropped my cock on your head. Oh no. Sorry. Sorry. Let's burn some acres. There's 4-packs here, huh? Crazy that all these people are preparing for the life skill update. I'm already prepared. I even announced I was coming Jack. I was like, okay, time to swap. Time to kill Jack. I feel like I should be rewarded for that very smooth and earned kill. I think a flame should drop for me. What do you guys think? I said that right after you died? Oh my goodness. I wonder why it's so far behind. Equity checks recently. Family of 2, 8 grand in groceries for a year, of which 908 was fuel. Got 189 back. What the hell? Did you? I have no idea what you're talking about, so I'm assuming I'm not a co-op enjoyer. You followed for the daddy cam. Did you follow though? Let me click. Let me see. It says first time chatter. Following since, a week ago. Damn, you've been chilling for a week just gooning to me. That's crazy. Well, here you go. Goon on, brother. Goon on. It's just a new account? Oh, well. You can't expect me to know what your old account is. Blows my mind. PA partner for that live stream yesterday then showed nothing? Really? There was nothing? You got a flame? Good. You're welcome, Jacked. That was all because of me. You owe me one. I've actually never ever had a hemorrhoid. I hear they're quite painful, so I'd like to keep it that way. What I was saying, Jacked, is you owe me now. That little love tap is what made the RNG happen. I blessed you. What a wonderful day to have eyes. Uh-oh. What happened, Jordex? Lesson learned, check where you squat to poop in the forest. Yeah, you don't want to be squatting over some poison ivy. Remember. What's the jingle? Leaves of 3, leave it be? Some shit like that? Or the rhyme, I guess it's not really a jingle. Hey, Cabal, are you here by any chance? Yeah, it's alright. You can have your Ursha spot now if you want it? No. I don't want it. Your filth's all over it. Not to mention you just sucked it dry. I'm gonna get my own flame, and mine's gonna be better than yours, because it's gonna be a non-Ursha flame. I'm not angry, you're angry. You hope I get my telescope piece? Huh? I already have so many of them. How dare you? Oh my, somebody ban this man. I don't know. Is it? This? This is the Happy Black Spirit. Oh, this is the Wild Millennial Ginseng. Oh, I forgot about the happy black spirit. He's so happy. How do you get that? You can buy it off the market, but you get it from the mini games when gathering. I think every time you do a mini game, there's a really slight chance to get one. Yeah, for 90 days. I have mine stocked up for over a year. I've needed a haircut for like a week here. Maybe even 2. But I'm trying to hold off and get my hair done right before I leave to LA. So I gotta wait like another week for a haircut. I fucking hate it. But I want to go with a fresh do. Trying to look good for the devs? Yup. I actually was trying to grow my hair out so I could get a bowl cut. So this way they wouldn't be able to tell the difference between me and Huntler. They'd be like, there's 2! Doesn't my wife cut my hair? Yeah. It feels weird to get a haircut now and then a week later get another haircut. So like I said, I'll just wait an extra week.
The Walk Sage was the only class in the game that I can actually play due to an injury I sustained last month. I woke up from a coma that the doc said
Shut up, bitch!
Honest question. What is it that compels me to want to come gank you? Of course for laughs, but I feel that's one of the coolest aspects of BDO. It really is! Oh shit, we don't have a house, tent buff. You're goddamn right you can't compete. Never forget it. Every time I kill someone, they log on Striker and I can't do shit. You need to be an Awakened Sage. Oh, my pet's stuck in ass. Well, that's why. Whoops.
free advertising. If anyone has 200k place of trace of nature, LMK. I buy.
I happen to have 300,000 traces of nature. I mean, there's tons up right there. Want to sell you all of it? Nope. No, ma'am. 'Cause one day I might need it for something. I need to mow my lawn again. Yeah, same here. Oh man. I'm gonna troll at siege. You have to get a scroll. And in order to get those, you have to go and actually kill, like, ogres and trolls. If I'm not mistaken. They're, like, quite rare of a drop. No. Just the normal crappy ones. 3.7, what do you mean? Gotta remember, the original goal was just trash value. Had nothing to do with any of my other resources. This is more of a collective value of stuff that I've been hoarding. Basically silver, crons, and... yeah, I guess that's it. Ugh. I can't believe it's only noon already. A lot of players. What do you mean? Oh, man. It'd be nice if they had more ways to. I personally think loot scroll should affect gathering too. Maybe I'm crazy. Chrono Odyssey official playtest trailer, Summer Games Fest 2025, 17 hours ago. Let's take a look at this. Well, I'll put it on my side monitor. Yeah. With Cacao being involved, it's just like I can't get excited about it. Oh, my phone's ringing. It definitely visually looks nice. You know what this boss reminds me of? Or whatever this is? Of course I got fucking mobs trying to attack me in game. Okay, this. In this like little red area, and you got this like tentacle animal type thing. It reminds me of that movie with Tom Cruise, The Edge of Tomorrow. Reminds me of those guys. Yeah. Probably because there's no one else, right? Cacao probably approached them and said, "Hey, we'd like to take your product to a Western audience. We'll bear the risk. Just give us the rights. We'll do a little 3-year contract or whatever, and voila, right? No risk for PA. Just allows Cacao to make money off of someone else's product temporarily." There was no guarantee that BDO was going to be successful in North America. Pearl Abyss was just a small indie company at the time too, right? It definitely is the play, right? You just hope that whoever is the publisher of your game treats it with the respect that it deserves. But you gotta remember, there was no Black Desert Mobile at the time. Pearl Abyss didn't buy Eve yet at that time. This was legit their first product. Unless there's something I'm missing. And then they built their engine from scratch too on top of it. It's not even like they took like an already existing engine like the CryEngine or the Unreal Engine and tried to build a game on it. They built their own engine first. And that was all they had, so they took a risk and it paid off. And now they're definitely growing into something bigger. It'll be interesting to see. They flopped, unfortunately, with Shadow Arena, but I think almost anybody could have predicted that. I don't know how they didn't. But, and it seems like there was a simple solution, too. To just somehow integrate BDO into Shadow Arena. Would have had more people playing it. But anyways, that ship sailed. Is beating a dead horse at this point. But Crimson Desert is getting close to launch now. That's going to be exciting. I think that's going to have reasonable success. I don't think it's going to be like Wukong level of, Black Myth Wukong level of success, but I think it's going to do well. I don't know how much they've invested in it, so I hope at the very least they recoup their costs and more, right? We also don't know what their long-term monetization strategy of that will be, right? It might not be just like a one-and-done ship it and that's it. There could end up being, like expansions and shit to it, right? Or what's the other word for it? But yeah, there could be more of a long-term monetization strategy to it as well. They're working on Doki V in the background, and they've been being like super hush about that. Aside from the original trailer we saw, and like the original trailer we saw of Doki V, it looked like it was closer to being completed than Crimson Desert was. So it's going to be very interesting to see. Maybe they kind of put Doki V on pause because they're like, okay, well, maybe we should focus on one at a time and not spread ourselves too thin to the point where we can't financially support finishing all these products. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. If Crimson Desert does well, that'll definitely, especially too now, like, now that they have this second version of their engine, I imagine, you know, well completed. I don't know if an engine ever is officially completed. I'm sure every engine's constantly being worked on. Just look at the Unreal Engine. But there's a lot of things, like even if you've been paying attention to Black Desert over the last 10 years, there's a lot of ambitious plans they've had for Black Desert, and they've been unable to accomplish it. And I think that's largely because they're working on an engine that's over a decade old, right? And this new Black Space Engine 2, I'm really curious what its limitations are going to be. I imagine it's, everything that this engine is, plus more. So I'm really looking forward. That's probably the most exciting thing for me with the Black Space Engine 2, is seeing the potential in that. Because that could lead to some really cool roads. And yeah, you never know, right? It could end up having a GTA style Crimson Desert. I don't think so at all, Monstrosity. If there's one thing, what do you mean about BDO's rep, too? I don't think BDO has a bad reputation. Everybody, like almost any single person who's ever touched Black Desert recognizes that it is, even to this day, over a decade later, a market leader in terms of combat. Even some of the best combat games these days, people are comparing it to BDO and saying, BDO is still better. So if you have like a Dark Souls-ish style game with BDO's combat, I think that's going to get people excited. I think their reputation's going to help them, not hurt them there. How often have you heard people talk badly about BDO's combat? The tab target guys? Not all of them. I'm in some. Well, like, practically every MMO has pay-to-win allegations right now. Nothing is ever going to compare to ArcAge when it comes to issues like that. ArcAge definitely takes the cake there. I just don't think PA's reputation is as negative as you think it is, especially when you just constantly have people referencing Black Desert. Yeah, you're always going to have people reference any game in a negative way. People reference World of Warcraft in negative ways all the time, but if a World of Warcraft 2 came out, you know it'd be instantly, like, maybe not long-term successful, but right off the hop it would have an insane amount of attraction to it. There's probably never going to be a non-pay-to-win MMO ever again. No, because the it's just such a better payment strategy, right? Right now, it's just games are trying to find the proper balance with the cash op. But nobody wants to do a buy into a subscription model. Because you can't just do a buy model where you spend $100 on the game and then expect, like, just that to support the servers forever. You have to have a subscription model followed by that, right? And people don't like doing subscription models. People have subscription fatigue. I think the biggest area where Pearl Abyss could improve is putting more emphasis on cosmetics. But yeah, I definitely don't think that you know, the people, like anybody who actually plays BDO knows that this is pay to lose more than it is pay to win. I've still yet to this day to see somebody pay and win anything 10 years later. The vast majority of the people who pay ridiculous amounts of money in BDO end up finding out very quickly that they still need to get good at the game, and they're not willing to put in that effort. That's the whole reason why they spent a bunch of money on the game, is because they weren't willing to put in the effort. And they're certainly not going to put in the effort to get good at the game. They wanted the gear to carry them, right? So they ended up just leaving with their tail between their legs and a more empty wallet. Guild Wars 2 is definitely a largely successful game, and it deserves to be in the discussion for sure. But that doesn't change the fact, though, that games are largely more profitable the more access they give to the Pearl Shop, right, or Cash Shop. Pearl Abyss has also managed to make a very unique symbiotic relationship between the pay-to-win in BDO and the free-to-play player base. Right? The people who don't want to grind go out and use their real money to basically buy grind hours, right? Instead of them having to go out to grind an hour, they spend $30 and buy an hour of grinding. And how that affects the free-to-play player is they're the ones that are selling them that hour of grinding. But by selling them that hour of grinding, they're also now expanding their hour of grinding by like 30% or 40% more, right? So now the hour of grinding that they spent to buy that costume was just turned into, you know, almost an hour and a half worth of what would have been grind time. So it benefits both the free-to-play players and the whales. I think they've done a fantastic job at creating a symbiotic relationship between the free-to-play and the people who are trying to swipe for a quick buck, for a quick progression. And it's kind of ironic, too, because most of the people who swipe are swiping to try to get a gear advantage over the free-to-play players. But by swiping more, they're helping the free-to-play players progress faster. So it's kind of ironic in that sense. It makes it harder for the free-to-play it makes it harder for the whales to catch up because all of their swiping is accelerating the free-to-play players' progression. It is definitely depleting because now a lot of people who are whaling don't have a whole lot of value for silver. They're trying to get crons too as well to click. So now that's a large reason why you don't see as many costumes selling these days, is because if these whales are trying to progress and Karazad is unsellable, Sovereign's unsellable, and I'm not trying to make the argument that they should be, but with them being unsellable, they don't really have any reason to have silver, right? They're just going to spend money on the crons and then use the crons to click. So I think there needs to be a balance. I definitely like the idea of how they implemented Karazad and Sovereign. I think with the way they implement it, it allows almost like an insurance that you know that overnight your gear isn't going to all of a sudden become valueless. Because it's always going to be directly tied to crons, and PA has a vested interest in making sure crons maintain a specific value, right? But at the same time, I think we need more things for our silver as well. There needs to be a balance of both. So, we saw the pendulum swing, we just needed to swing back a bit. Most of them spend $1 a bill. Wait, how do you get $1 a... Oh, are you talking with, like, artisans and stuff? I might have missed another message. Artisans have always been, oh, with piloting. Yeah. I mean, that's not as dominant as it used to be, though. It's going to be a problem forever and ever, right? But luckily, it's not as big of an issue as it was back when Cacao was publishing. Because back when Cacao was publishing, they never took any action upon it. Until it was, like, near the end. And I feel like Cacao sensed that their contract was almost up and PA wasn't going to re-sign with them, so they were trying to get good favor. It was almost like kids having a house party, right? And then all of a sudden they know, oh shit, mom and dad's coming home, quick, clean up. That's what it felt like Cacao was doing in its last days, right? Hoping that maybe they could get re-signed and continue milking Black Desert. But for the vast majority of the time, there was no action on by Cacao. You could legit see people speed hacking in Ackman live on stream while you had a Cacao GM in your chat, and they would do nothing about it. It was so obnoxious. So when you have it that blatant and nobody's being punished, then people feel like they need to do it to compete, right? And that was I despise Cacao so much for it. But these days, like I said, you're never going to completely get rid of it, but it is way less prominent than it used to be. And PA is constantly doing ban waves for a variety of reasons. Like, you can go to their notices page, and I'm pretty sure, like, at least every month, I might be talking out my ass, but I'm pretty sure at least once a month, we see a wave of people getting banned for third-party software or exploiting or a variety of reasons. They never say specifically, but they have the general tags, right? Is it every week? Oh, I thought it was once a month. I'm not actually paying attention enough. So now, at least now that there's that threat looming over everybody, it makes them a lot less willing to cheat. And fuck, I had another point that entered my brain and left it at the same time. Oh, with AFK fishing now too, right? During that time, AFK sources of income were like dead. There was like nothing you could do that was worth it. At least now there's AFK fishing, and I think that's also helped try to tackle the problem at the other end. Because sure, AFK fishing is still just a fraction of what you would make paying somebody to play on your account, but at least it's still something, and it's zero risk. You're not cheating, there's no risk of you being banned, there's no risk of the person that you're allowing on your account of fucking you over. I think that has also improved it quite a bit as well. I think it's there's a fine line, right? And you can either have systems in place that are super aggressive and catch 100% of the cheaters, or near 100% of the cheaters, but the more aggressive you make those systems, the more they're going to start getting false flags and banning innocent people. Or you make the systems more lenient, and now you have cheaters that slip through the cracks because they're either really clever or for whatever reason, but you have no false flags. I think that is far better than the first situation, because I think it is significantly worse that an innocent player gets a false flag and catches a ban than a cheater slipping through the cracks and not getting banned. So I would rather them be very careful with it. But the reality is if we're going to be in that, then that means some people are going to get away with it. All we can hope for is it's not forever. That eventually, it doesn't matter, maybe you slip through the cracks this week, next week, a month from now. All we can hope is eventually they get caught, right? But I would be absolutely devastated if some false flag got me permanently banned from the game. Because as soon as you get banned, everybody just... There's like no way to prove you're innocent. Everybody, even all your peers, just immediately assume, oh yeah, he's cheating. Because like every single person that was cheating, they always try to make some excuse like, oh, I wasn't cheating, I was, I'm innocent. Every single person says that. I personally, too, would prefer PA have more ways in the Pearl Shop for people to monetize, for them to monetize the game that discourages people from giving it to a third party. I did not have 2 workers on that node purposely? Yeah. Well, in the case of Blade, It is odd because he did consider himself such a dominant life skiller. But when you do the math on how little silver that would have generated, and once you knew how easy it was to accidentally do it, like, how often do you guys go through all your workers to make sure they're all on the right nodes? You just trust they are, right? You just refill it, and then click repeat all. And it was a very easy mistake to make. So, how that happened was, if you put a worker on that node, and then the worker ran out of energy and stopped working, and then you put a different worker on that node, and he ran out of energy and stopped working, and then if you clicked repeat all at any point, it would send both workers to that node at the exact same time. Yeah, that's the weird thing, Godrix, for sure, right? That's the part that makes it seem weird, because yeah, he did boast about that a lot, right? So it's like, okay, but not your workers? What happened? Oh, we're just talking about old nonsense. We're just talking about old nonsense. I don't even want to mention his name because I like the guy, and I don't need you guys going to his channel and being like, oh, I just heard about the 2 workers, 1 node thing. And then that man has his PTSD flashbacks and spirals back into a pit of depression. I don't want to trigger that. It was something that could be exploited, but was easy to do by accident.
You know a vegan is a vegan because they'll tell you. You know Blade didn't do to workers 1 node because he'll let you know every 2 seconds.
Yeah. I blame Cacao for that, though, mostly. I think 90% of the blame goes on Cacao. 90% of the blame goes on Cacao. 5% of the blame goes on PA, and 5% goes on to the players who took advantage of it. Considering those 2 events were released at the exact same time,
The other 10% goes on autism, let's be real.
Before NA got those 2 events simultaneously, KR got them a while back. Before then, right? And the events were taken advantage of in the exact same way. So I don't know why PA would also release those 2 events at the exact same time in other regions. Like, come on, PA, that was a bad decision. And luckily they've never done that since, right? So obviously a lesson must have been learned. But 90% of the blame goes on Cacao, because before they cashed out on it, everybody, the people who took advantage of it, the people who weren't taking advantage of it, damn near every single person in the game at that point was trying to contact Cacao, either through tickets, or through the Cacao Partner Program, or through practically any means necessary to try to get a response from Cacao. And Cacao just ghosted the whole fucking community. And this is also part of the reason why I am so unexcited about Chrono Odyssey, because Cacao's involved with it. Cacao could have very easily came out and been like, you know what? We don't have even if they were waiting for an official statement from PA, they could have came out and been like, we advise you not to do this. We are waiting on an official statement from PA on whether or not we consider this acceptable, but we advise everybody not to do it. And I'm certain if they would have just at least did a statement like that, those people wouldn't have done it. I'm sure Black Rose and Barcode at that point would have been like, okay, you know what? We got the word, that's enough. No point doing it. but Cacao ghosted everybody. Yeah. Cacao is one of the publishers for Chrono Odyssey.
Look at this Zethy Wethy Special Force Commander. Aren't you finally glad they buffed our class, that we've been committed to all this time to a respectable level? It's our time to shine finally. And now Hedon isn't around to stream abusing Sage till it's nerfed for 2 weeks straight.
Thank goodness. Yeah, Cacao did Alien and it died. I think Cacao also did like the Arcage Unchained or something, didn't they? Or was that someone else? Yeah. Everything, so far it's seeming everything Cacao touches turns to shit. I think we got lucky with Pearl Abyss. They saw the gangrenous limb that Cacao was and cut it off.
The Wax Sage was the only class in the game that I can actually play due to an injury I sustained last month. I woke up from a coma that the doc said I was in for a month.
Shut up, bitch!
If you wouldn't have used Zesty, I might have let it roll out. But that's just way too much Zesty, and it's going to get Dragor way too excited. I did it for Dragor. Too late. Well, I think the exciting thing about Arcage, correct me if I'm wrong, I never played Arcage, but when Arcage Unchained came out, I think people were excited about it because the pay-to-win, like, destroyed Arcage to a lot of people. And Arcage Unchained came out, and it was like this promise that they weren't going to go as crazy with the pay-to-win, and then they ended up going, from what I understand, maybe I'm misinformed, they ended up going just as crazy with it anyways. Oh, and daily fatigue. Yeah. And that's kind of what turned people off from Lost Ark too, right? It feels like daily fatigue. When you're doing the same thing over and over and over again, and like you start falling, you are threatened that you will fall behind if you don't do your dailies. It becomes a stressful thing, right? Every morning you wake up, you're like, okay, when am I going to squeeze in my dailies today? Because if I miss too many dailies, I can't catch up, and, you know, I'm not going to be able to play with my friends anymore. It's a double-edged sword, right? Because I think the premise of it is we're going to make the game revolve around dailies. So for the people who are time whales, like Old Man Zeth here, not that I played that game, but for the people who can spend 12, 16 hours a day on a game, this will help slow them down dramatically and allow casual players to keep up. But it ends up being the exact opposite, right? Because the hardcore players still go hardcore, or they end up making multiple characters or accounts and transferring wealth to their main account or whatever, right? But now the casual players just feel like, okay, the only way I can stay relevant, like you said, is to make sure I do these chores every day. And it just gets fatiguing. Is fatiguing even a word? Fatiguier? Who knows? Maybe Chrono Odyssey will be maybe third time's the charm, right? Or I guess this would be fourth time. Fourth time's the charm. Games with daily simulators, yeah. The funny thing is too, like some people who will advocate, like adamantly defend, like daily gating like that. They'll be like, oh well, look at you, all you do is run around circles in BDO. It's like, yeah, but this is my choice. Like I don't have to do this. You do feel like you have a little bit more control. At the end of the day, though, every game is a grinder, no matter what you're playing. Even Call of Duty, everything is circular. You start a match, you buy your weapons, you play your rounds, and you just do it over and over again. Everything is circular in nature. Everything. Why it's called the gameplay loop. That is right. If you were short 2 AP for the bracket, would you rather enhance 2-deck accessories or the knob weapon? I'd do the 2-deck accessories. I think the 2-deck accessories on average, considering if they're both Nov already, I think those are probably cheaper than the average cost of getting the Nov. It always comes back to Pi. It really does, right? Even your daily, even outside of online gaming, right? You wake up in the morning, you go to sleep at night, everything in between. The Earth is a circle. It's rotating in a circle around the sun. Our solar system is circular. The solar system is navigating around the Milky Way galaxy in a circle. And I'm sure our galaxy is navigating in a circle around something in the universe. Who knows? It all comes back to circles.
No matter what we do, the Earth will keep flipping like a pancake.
Boobs are circular? Yeah, there you go. So are butts. It all comes back to circles. You know it's not circular? Uh-oh. Don't blow up my world here. Pyrite? Oh. Only fools like pyrite. I like that I choose what circles I want to do. Yup. Funny enough, though, the molecular structure of pyrite is circular. There you go. Back to circles. It deviated for a second and it said, nah, we're going back. Hey, Kanjara, when it came to that Path of Exile drop, I claimed it. Do I have to go on the PoE website anywhere to redeem it, or is it automatically, once you claim it off Twitch, it's automatically added to your account? Yeah, my Twitch is linked to my PoE. I just haven't logged in PoE in a little while. Oh, I gotta make sure I do my 2 limbos. As well, the Pit of Undying. The 326 patch? Yeah. Is a new season starting with that? Or is it just a patch? Yes? Okay. Next week? Okay, I won't bother playing my current character anymore. Oh, fuck, that reminds me. I actually have to go on and in the classic one, I gotta set up all my storages. I learned this season, when this season started, that your storage setup is based off of your normal non-season storage. And I keep forgetting to go through and set that up, so whenever a new season starts, my storages are set up the way I like them. It's something that's so annoying that I had to do initially twice, and then last season as well, and now I gotta do it again. I just gotta do it. Oh man. I haven't played Last Epoch, no. I heard good things about it. Kanjar was telling me about it quite a bit. I would love a game that plays like BDO, but has that like random dungeon type shit, and the way the gear and character customization is of like... Actually, you know what? I would rather have like a PoE with BDO combat. I would love to see a game like that. I was about to say it the reverse way, but I was making things more complicated for myself. Like Dynasty Warriors? No, just like PoE or like that type of customization with gear and your class, but with BDO's combat. They do. Combat is the hardest thing. It's so funny too, because like Pearl Abyss has hit a home run with the hardest thing that it seems to be able to accomplish with the game. that so many games try to do well and fail. But when it comes to the things that, you know, time is already tested, PA tries to reinvent the wheel, and they fumble around clumsily. Oh, you figured that out, Kanjara? Sick. There's nothing fancy about my graphics settings. I'm just playing on medium. Painted Grail, The Fall of Avalon. A modern indie Morrowind. Oh, sick. Is there anybody streaming right now? Let's see. I don't see anybody in my follow list. Let's do a quick browse. I typed taint into the search. Nothing came up. Is it called something else? What's up, Valor? Weird, I wonder why it didn't pop up when I typed taint. What's up, Pyro? You? What's demotivating for me in BDO? Losing a corrupted? And not being able to get it back off the market? The one thing I recommend doing is whenever there's crystals that are gate kept like that, not gate kept, maybe bad word, that are, you know, tough like that, buy extras just to sit on. Leave an order up, and then if you die, then you have it ready, and then you just got to replace your replacement, right? That's what I do. Whenever there's a crystal that is extremely difficult to get, I make sure I have backups ready.
The reason why you can't purchase crystals is because Zephian is sitting on 40,000 corrupteds and...
They just need to bring out Dekia Gyphid and Dekia Mirmok like they said over a year ago now. Like they completely forgot. We know both of those spots will drop Forest Furies, and as long as they're relevant spots. It wasn't even at the last ball, it was the ball before that, Kinjara. So we're like almost at a year now. If I'm not mistaken, that was the Heidel ball last year, not the Calpheon ball. Because they said all four at once, right? They said that they were going to work on adding Dekia Crescents, Dekia Kadri, Dekia Mirmok, and Dekia Gyphon. And we got two of them, but not the other two. When they were talking about hybrid Karazad? No, I don't remember them ever mentioning anything about hybrid Karazad. Hybrid Karazad doesn't make any sense because of the crystals. That's how you make your Karazad hybrid, is with the crystals. Those 6 crystal slots at the bottom allow you to tailor your Karazad how you want. Is there even a crystal that comes close to corrupted for the crystal slot? Yeah, there's the darkness ones, but you gotta get back attacks in. You could probably just buy the blue ones too, right? I don't think the difference between the blue ones and the corrupteds are insane. But it's all about min-maxing. But you could probably temporarily just use the blue ones. I wouldn't be surprised if those are sitting on the market. I think they're just 10 crit, right? They don't give the 2-set bonus, but they also don't have the minus DP on them. No, actually, there's none of them on the market. That's right, they're not blue anymore. There's only 22 orders, though. Looks like they just ticked down, so that's probably why there's none visible. But yeah, there's these, right? You can use it temporarily until you can get yourself another corrupted. You probably won't even be able to tell the difference. I'm trying to remember where you get those. Was it Abandoned Iron Mine? There's probably a spot where you could just go do like a couple laps there and you'd probably get a couple. They just Googled it and it took me to a BP video. Well, that doesn't mean anything. Biseptimus likes to speculate about things as well. Where's the, where is it in the ball? That should be very easy to find. There's only 2 balls a year. And if you're saying they saw it at the last ball, if I'm not mistaken, they also do like the little timestamp directory type thing with the progress bar. You could very quickly find it in there. If that was actually something they mentioned, I'd be interested in seeing it again. Because I completely forgot about it. There's too many people in the community, though, who take speculative content and then treat it as if it's something PA announced. Okay, let's see. Okay. Once again, Renetics. Get me the official ball. I'm not trying to watch that video to find out whether or not it was just Biseptimus speculating. Official. I don't even think this time last year we had Karazad. Karazad might be the accessories that they're referring to. And I don't think they originally planned on doing crystals. But this was their solution. Instead of having different sets of Karazad, this was the solution down here. Because I'm pretty sure this wasn't originally on the docket. I'm trying to remember when Karazad came out last year. I'm pretty sure it was like, what? October? November? I'm pretty sure it was before the Calpheon Ball. Or no, maybe that was Sovereign. Maybe Karazad came out. No, Karazad came first, and then Sovereign came after. Yeah, I think you're just misinterpreting what they were talking about with Karazad. But if you're able to find the link where they're talking about it during the ball... No, that Acidel was added a long time before even that. But at that ball, Acidel was already in the game. The Calpheon balls are in December. I mean, oh my god. I'm gonna go find it. It's gonna take me all of 1 minute. There's only 2 balls a year. Just make sure it's for the appropriate year. Okay, let's see. Black Desert Heidel Ball 2024. Boom. I have the video. God, that took so long. Okay, so intro, Jaehee introduction, 2J's hammers, 2024 simplification. So this was family life skills. And then they showed, I think this is Land of the Morning Light, part 2. Oh no, this is the whole Black Desert world, I think. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, I see it now. So you see the 2 new regions there from like a map view. Okay, Land of the Morning Light Soul, there's that announcement. Land of the Morning Light Party Black Shrine, Palace Management. Then there's the Sovereign Weapon announcement. The Free Pen Black Star they gave away. Hardcore server announcement. Dekia 2 Lantern and more Dekia Monster Zones. So once again, this is what I was saying, right? Was at 1 hour, 9 minutes into the video. I'm pretty sure this is when they announce Kadri, Crescent, Mirmok, and Gyphon. Yeah, they even show Mirmok. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, it shows all 4. We only got 2 of those. The guild trait and tier system. We don't have anything with that yet. Summer events, the Badaka outfit, PlayStation 5 port, summary update, the future of Black Desert, Mountain of Dawn, Demon Lands, Back in Time, Dosa, choose your own rewards, login rewards, final words, outro. Yeah. Nothing about Twilight accessories there. So let's go to the Calpheon Ball 2023, which would have been the one before that. Okay, it took me 2 seconds to find it. Let's see. So we have the countdown, introduction. This is the one they labeled as the 2024 patch notes, Jaehee introduction, table of content overview. Second, let me see where they flash that. Oh, it's not in English. Travel with the Magnus, Black Shrine, the Desert, Travel the Great Ocean, Akhman, Dream Horse, item consolidations with like Blackstones, primary materials, seeds, elixirs, crystals, quest items, events, others, combination of items, contents, bosses, Valencia Dekia spots. So this is, yeah, Piliku and Sulfur Mines, History and Akhman, we got all of those. Bosses, Altar Blood, we don't have anything with that. Presets, that was the first time they announced presets, we have nothing with that. Enhancing changes, guild missions, guild bosses, guild member support, guild history, guild league, node war, conquest war, quick search, the Jatina update to pens, knowledge quest, Serendia, Zarka, they took a break, Land of the Morning Night Soul announcement, new weapons, new boss, new class, new outfits, special login rewards, class scholar. Yeah, those the Twilight thing you're referring to was the KRZ. That was the release. We didn't know. Why am I hearing talking now? Do I have another tab open? Oh, I do. Here we go. Yeah, KRZ accessories. The first time they announced them, I think they might have been referred to as Twilight, but yeah, this was the final thing, right? When they're in development, they probably hadn't settled on a name. This is what their solution eventually was to it. Yeah, there we go. What Nicair said right there. That seems to jive with the timeline. Really? Let's see Lane Lannis. Is he 2 inches away? Makes me feel like I sit at my monitors wrong, man. Like, every single one of them are like this. And the monitor's like right here. Am I playing BDO wrong? Do I need to move my monitor stand closer? Maybe that's why Armin doesn't stream with the camera on. Maybe he's like licking his monitor. Shut up, Menzies. Stop making it weird. Touch screen with the tongue. Do a little 360 no scope with the tongue. God, they all sit so close to their monitor. Holy crap. I genuinely feel like I'm doing it wrong now. I wonder how immersed I would feel. Yo, 1 second, let me move some shit. Let's see if we can move my monitor closer. Let me just get any liquids off my desk first before I start acting like a dumbass. I don't really like dragging my monitor stand across my desk, though. I'm gonna end up having a fucking scratch on it. 1 second, let me wipe my desk in front of my monitor stand first, just so I don't drag like a little pebble across my desk. Okay, chat. I hope this doesn't end fucking badly. Put my monitor on the base of the stand. Start sliding it forward. I gotta turn this a bit. Oh, this ain't gonna work like that. I'll have to fix that later. Yo, there we go. I need it lower. 1 second. Let's see if I can load the camera. 1 second, let me get the camera software rolling. Ah, my eyes! Show you guys what I'm looking at. 1 second, let me make sure I don't have anything that's gonna dox me on my other monitor. Okay, here we go. It still doesn't even look as close as them. Yo. The ultimate BDO position. That's crazy. I still feel like when I look at them, I'm further away. Oh my god, the mobs are dying so much faster. Okay, I'm moving this shit back. Fuck that nonsense. Bloop. Speedrunning glaucoma. The nice thing about that is, if I fuck up my eyes, I don't have to read your stupid messages anymore. Yeah, look at that. God damn, it looks like his nose is pressed into it. He can smell the pixels. He's got that smell-o-vision.
Have you ever had a dream that you could go do skip do skip you wanna go do skip you could go do skip do skip you wanna go do skip you could
C.
Oh, that wasn't Valencia, that was Media. That was in the back of the church. That clip is gone. That clip was lost to the ages with the whole Twitch and DMCA bullshit. Ugh. Hey, what is up, Electrify? What's going on? Not Zestian, what the fuck? I'm not having a blast. This shit is crazy. Are you streaming it? Minus 35 plus 15. 75% win rate required. Yeah. That's what happens when you're at the top. People are coming for your points. Never was before. Well, win streaking was insane last season. I thought you knew that. Knew what? I don't know what that's supposed to mean. If you don't know that, how the hell am I supposed to know? You said it. God damn it. I was on top at bed. Oh. On top of what? The bed itself? We know you don't have a girl in there. Listen, listen, I swear to God, sometimes I have brain damage.
Is that the end?
Okay. Woo! Hello! Thank you for the raid again. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Never mind this Electrify guy. He's a little wild. Thank you. I hope you have a nice day too. I hope you had a nice stream. I think Twitch automatically translates it. If I'm not mistaken, though, and maybe I am, I'm pretty sure Cadmium Sheep is from Taiwan, right? Taiwanese? Am I mistaken? I might be mistaken. Yeah, see? Damn, Howie. You need to put a few more icons and flags up on your Instagram or your Twitter page now to prove otherwise. I don't AOS. I have in previous seasons. I have very little excitement about it this season. I don't want to get used to Sage in the current state it's in because I genuinely, almost 99%, I used to say 100, but as of just like the day before yesterday, 99% of the Awakened Sages agree we probably have nerfs coming after this season is done. So, I'd rather wait. I already have my top 100 Solare outfit, so I ain't sweating it. Solare's not even good money, so... I still have never done the Deposed Crown Prince. I need to find a group that's willing to take the time to do it. I imagine Sage is probably pretty good at it. Really surprised they let him go into the season like this. I look at this season as a testing season. So just before the season started, they were doing all the PvE changes. And when they finished the PvE changes, they said, well, they said basically that we concluded doing the majority of the PvE changes. Just know that this doesn't mean they're done. We'll be doing still small incremental changes, but now we're going to start moving into the PvP side. I'm paraphrasing, but I'm pretty sure it was something along those lines. And the reason why I think they're doing a shorter Solare season right now is I think they're trying to collect data on how the PvE changes have affected all the classes. Because obviously when you adjust protections and give recovery on abilities and lower cooldowns and change animation speeds, that even though those are PvE orientated changes they did, they're obviously going to affect PvP. So I think it's a good idea to actually run a quick season to see how all those PvE changes have affected classes in PvP before you commence with the PvP changes. I think there's, unfortunately, too many people take Solare way too seriously. They think that this game should revolve around Solare, and it really doesn't. Solare is enjoyed by a very small subset of the community, but a vocal subset of the community. Do we think Solare is good data for this? I think it's some of the best data for it, but not obviously the best. I think when it comes to 1v1, terrible data there. Different toolkits can affect classes quite dramatically in 1v1. 1v1 will never be balanced with this much class differences. Large scale, same deal, right? There's certain toolkits that will always benefit you significantly more in large scale that'll have very little impact on the rest of the game. So I think like 1v1 and large scale, kind of outliers in data. I think the sweet spot is somewhere between Solare and Guild League. I think that's where you can get a good representation of changes you can make to that'll overlap into those extremes, but more so affect environments like those that feel more meaningful. Hash is going to get nerfed as well alongside with Sage. Maybe. Hash is definitely busted too, for sure. Solare has had issues every single season. Well, you're never going to have a perfectly balanced environment with classes. Ever. Period. You know, it's been 10 years. Classes have never been balanced. You take a look at any game ever with lots of classes. They're never balanced. Even in regards to League of Legends or Heroes of the Storm or any of those games, you always have some shit that people consider unbalanced. Bugs, disconnects, abuse systems, same deal. I think the Q sniping only matters at the top end. Obviously, in a perfect world, you would deal with it everywhere, but I think that's why it's nice that we have the replay system. Because really, it only really matters at the top end. If people are using it to win, like first place in their class, or get top 100. And now that we have the replay system, you can look through it, see who people are playing with, see who's on the other team, watch the replay. You could very clearly tell if someone's throwing or if all of a sudden they're queued with their buddy and their buddy is, for some reason, gets 0 across the board, like they walked away from their computer. I just think that people put too much weight into Solare. I think that's the reality of it. You guys think that Solare is the most important thing to PA, and Solare is like a bone that they throw the PvP community. I think, don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to say that fixing these things shouldn't happen. It absolutely should happen. But I think that there are, it's like triage, right? They're going to obviously put their effort where they feel is that the effort is most beneficial. And in terms of targeting the overall community, there's so many other things that are far more important than Solare. Ideally, though, in a perfect world, they would do it all, right? But I think too many people look at BDO as a competitive game. It's not a competitive game. People try to be competitive within it, but yeah, Guild League is fun too, for sure. I think both are fun for their own reasons. Yeah. I think 500 is generous. I think 500 is extremely generous. There's definitely more than 500 people who play it, for sure, but I don't think all of them are trying to be competitive or really care. They just occasionally are like, okay, let's go fuck around. I think a lot of it too has more to do with the fact that we don't have a proper mode outside that. Like if we actually had a properly running red battlefield that people could go do instead, I think a lot of those people who just queue for shits and giggles would rather do that. And weeklies too. Yeah, people trying to get weeklies done. I think we have a extremely uncompetitive environment on BDO. There is just a very small, very vocal minority of people who really enjoy AOS, and that's good. It's good to have something to cater to all types of people. But in terms of a proper utilization of development time, I think there are other things that are far more beneficial to the long-term health of this game than focusing on Solare. Solare is like one of those things where you want to get people into the game doing other things, and then they'll consider doing Solare. But there's like nobody's going to come to BDO for just Solare. What's this? What's up with all the race cars driving by your house, Electrify? What the hell? Or are those airplanes? I can't tell. Huh. Okay, they might be coming back just for Solare, but it's not a... It attracts very few new players. That's my point. I'm not saying it never happens, but if you think that Solare is driving the growth of BDO, yeah, definitely not the case. No. Solare is something that people have been bugging since 2016 for an arena in BDO that was similar to WoW, and they pushed back against it for years and years and years. The way I see it is the reason why they added Solare is because they were just tired of us asking, and they just decided to throw us a bone. They're just like, fuck it. They keep asking, they keep asking, they keep asking. Fine, let's give it to them. That's the way it feels to me, at least. Oh yeah, there's always going to be outliers for every situation. But Solare doesn't drive BDO and will never drive BDO. I'm wrong? Well, the data would say otherwise. Wait. I never said Guild League does either. Or No War or Siege. The vast majority of people who play BDO just want to hang out with their friends and experience the game, enjoy the combat, run their circles, and enjoy progression. So how am I wrong when you literally just agreed with me? How does that make me wrong? When you just typed out everything I just said. You just wanted to be cool? Fair, fair, fair. Going against the grain? I respect it. Trying to stick it to Mr. Streamer? I like it. He's righter than you. Aw, shit. You're even turning my own community on me. Damn it. That's not fair. You guys are supposed to be on my side. The way I look at it is BDO these days is less of a sandbox and more of an amusement park, where they have a whole variety of different rides that you can ride at different times. They're not all available at any time. And like yes, there's some people who come to the game for the Solare Arena of Solare ride, but most people don't, right? Collectively, people come for a variety of different reasons. Solare is one of them, but definitely not the primary reason. You know what ride I like? Don't you say it. You watch it. You watch what you're typing right now before you regret it. Some people like the merry-go-round. They like their circles. Some people like the House of Mirrors. What is that emote? Isn't that you? I thought that was a picture of you. You got that emote on a shirt? Do you ever wear it out publicly and somebody goes, nice shirt, Lobos fan, huh? You had long hair? Yo, if I had long hair, I'd do what Asm does. Put that shit back in a ponytail. I think it would have been funny, though, if I did know a bit longer in advance that I was going to LA with Huntler. It would have been kind of funny to grow my hair out and then get a bowl cut to go meet Huntler. That would have been funny as hell. What a weird question to ask, Menzies. I don't know. Is he? Don't answer that. I don't care. I don't watch him. But I'm certainly not going to be involved with a discussion about something that... I don't know. It's just a weird thing to throw out if you don't know for sure. Yeah, I saw a clip the other day of someone, like some ninja just like one-shotting 3 people on a team. Just bing, 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 bing. Clearly cheating. Do you think Huntler will cry? I hope he cries. Yeah, to back it up a little bit though, like I want Solare to be more competitive. I think it's more fun for everybody the more competitive it gets, but I don't know. I don't know what they ever do to BDO. I don't think they ever manage to balance it out. And I don't even think, even if the game was perfectly balanced, if that would be enough. Like, assuming all of those bugs you just mentioned and they perfectly balance the game, I still don't think that would turn BDO into a competitive game. I don't know what they could do for that. Because I feel like at that point, if you just want to play a fighter, people are just going to stick to their fighting games. I play on NA as an EU pleb. Solare opens at 1 a.m. your time. Oh my goodness. That sounds terrible. Yeah, I heard there was a way for tamers to go in there and one-shot people. Or maybe that was a tamer in that video that I was referencing. Apparently there's some type of trick you can do with hailing that allows you to, I guess, go in there with normal gear. Some weird shit like that. Leave it to tamers. I hate tamers. One thing that was nice, though, that has me a little excited, I think we all agree the disconnects, when your teammates disconnect because somebody joins voice comms, or you disconnect because somebody joins voice comms, and then you lose like 1 or 2 rounds because of it, just right off rip, is a super annoying problem. And there now being a clip of Armin basically manifesting it by just spamming joining and leaving comms. Anybody who does any type of troubleshooting knows that like 90% of fixing a problem is first figuring out how to repeat it. And maybe the devs will finally clue in that it has to do with comms and joining and leaving comms, like we've all known for a while, and maybe now they'll actually do something about it. The thing is, too, like, whenever that bug happens, if you open up your Windows event viewer and take a look at what crashed BDO, you see it's definitely comms related, too. So, maybe that'll be the next thing that gets fixed. That'd be huge. I also don't understand why they don't increase the render distance of players in Solare. They have the capability of doing that. If you take a look at the Black Shrine, like... You know that boss, what's his name? Bulgasel? Right? Yeah. So this boss, right? The area where you fight him. Well, there used to be an AOS map. They just took that out this week. But the AOS map is a smaller version of when you do the boss shrine for fighting this guy. So when you were in the AOS version of it, if there were teammates or enemies on the other side of the arena, you couldn't see them, right? They were outside your draw distance. But if you are in the Black Shrine version of this with your party, you can see them and the boss no matter where they are, and it's slightly bigger, the Black Shrine version. You can see all your teammates no matter where it is in there. I don't understand why they don't just extend the draw distance of AOS to the same as like doing Black Shrine. So you can always see the enemies and your teammates. They very clearly have the capability to do that. That would help tremendously too with fast engage classes that can engage you from outside a render distance. Because sometimes there's a bit of a delay, right? Where a player is charging you and your client doesn't know it yet, and all of a sudden the server says, oh, this person is entering from this location. But by the time the server tells you that, the person's already on you and you're grabbed or floated or knocked down or whatever, some bullshit, right? You would see that with Awakened Novas, you would see that with Awakened Drax. So if they actually just extended the draw distance of all classes in there, characters in there, not only would it fix the spectating mode when you're spectating your allies, because that's why you lose the ability to spectate, right? As soon as they leave the render distance from where you die, that's when you lose your camera. But not only would it fix that, but it would also, since characters would be rendered all the time, you wouldn't have them automatically just appear on you. Unless there was some weird desync like we see with Zerkers and Click to Move. That would obviously still exist. I'd also like to see, and even though I know it's completely impractical from a storage standpoint, it'd be sick if you actually had comms recorded in the replays. But that would increase the file sizes dramatically. Imagine if you could hear both teams though. Oh my god. That would be content. Well, they already have that turtle power. You already can watch replays. And it is stored as code, right? It isn't an actual video recording. It's saved as like a data file that is recording everybody's point and when they do ability key presses, right? Their X, Y, Z coordinates and when they do key presses in a file. And your PC basically just reads the file for each player and pieces together the match. And that's why you can spectate from anywhere in it. But that's actually exactly how it works. Here, I'll show you. I think I gotta be in a safe zone for it though, right? See, watch, so replay, download more. You can see like anybody, like we could take like a Kelb, see what his, wait. Alright. Let's see, who's he here against? Ronald? No, he's against Benny. But let's just take one of these. We'll just name it what we want. It's downloaded, hit play. Right? And then there we go, right? We're in the match. It's reading that file. We can use this to swap through different players. You can even use these hotkeys that you see beside there to immediately swap. You can pause at any point. You can fast forward. Oops. See, it's like, oh, let's rewatch that. Let's go back from Kelb's perspective. He killed that guy. So we just rewind it. Goes back over here. Zerker comes out of V. I think they catch him again right away. Yeah, boom. Could even go back. It even shows timestamps right here too when people were killed, right? So watch, here comes the upsurge, baby. Look at him. Oh my god, look at that pose. Look at that fucking sage abusing loser. Oh my goodness, he's taking a dump out here in front of everybody. Disgusting. What an animal. But yeah, it's pretty cool. They did a good job with the replay system. Not perfect, but they did a really good job with it. I really like replays that are done in this way too. One of the earliest games I can think of that did replays this way, where it was like just a data file that basically recorded the XYZ coordinates of players at all times and then recorded when they pressed abilities and when people died. And then you could play that back and basically just swap through, you know, and watch anybody's perspective throughout it, was Unreal Tournament. I thought that was such a cool way to do replays. And I'm really happy that Pearl Abyss also adopted that way to do replays. And I think this system, too, is a good way to keep people honest. Because like I said, you're always going to have people who try to cheat the system, either trying to queue in with their friends or queue against their friends or whatever. And I don't think that really matters. It obviously matters to some degree at the bottom, people fucking around, but those aren't the people who are competitive and fighting over the rewards, right? The people who are actually fighting over the rewards are people at the top, right? In the top 100. And I think this is nice because, you know, if somebody was throwing for Kelb, you could look through every one of these and be like, huh, wait a minute. He keeps getting the same person either on his team or against him. And every time that person is against him, they are throwing the game. What the hell's going on there, right? But, so this helps keep people honest, having this available. You could even just go to the top 100, right, and look through. Wait, why does it say Kelb twice? Kelb is a hash too? That's obviously fucked up. Look at that. It also helps new players learn too, for sure. Yeah, new players can go take a look at what the best players are doing. Like, let's see what Norelio cooked up. Oh, ended on a little 3-piece. He played one game of hash and swapped back to Sage. Is that why? Oh, okay. Is that why it shows one hash? If I click here, does it show? Kelb's the #1 hash. Let's go. Yeah, let's see how he did on hash. Oh. Fuck, how do I get back? There we go. Let's see, where do we have him? He is F5. There we go. Let's see. Is he awakened or does he suck? I don't see an awakened weapon yet. Looks like he might be hash. Suck, sorry. Yeah. Yeah, no awakened hash. Oh shit, immediately on his back. V, yeah. Not a good start. Not a good start. Okay, little E-buff. It's going back in. He's about to destroy them. Destroy them. Oh, little block jump attempt. Doesn't land it. HP bar's hot on his ass. Oh my god, instantly again. Okay. Let's go to the next round. They did take a round in here. Oh wait, no, they won that round, didn't they? Yeah, they won the first round. Oh my god, they 2v3'd. Okay, chilling in his NATO. HP bar's trying to sniff him out, I see that. Oh, goddamn. Instant little catch on his back. Okay. Yeah, I don't know how much XP... Oh, goddamn. I don't know how much experience he has with hash, but... He could chill in that tornado, though. Oh, shit. Instantly grabbed. Always the broken grabs, huh? Always the broken lawn grab. Oh my goodness, again. I'm pretty sure his tornadoes are what got him his 20k damage. I don't know if I've seen him... Well, I mean, I guess he threw that one block jump. Okay, this round he's gonna pop off. Oh, never mind. Oh, he got saved! The scholar was like, you stay away from my Kelb. He's mine. Okay, it's coming back. And... oh, goddamn. Oh, this time. Here he goes. This is it. He's gonna go after the wizard. Watch out, Domfang. Oh, never mind. Yuki smells blood. Okay, little tornado engage. Oh, he gets a catch! He gets a catch! Oh shit, nobody capitalizes on it. Back in the NATOs. I feel like NATOs for Suckash is like Q block for Warrior or Valk or Nova. It's like it's their safe space. Oh goddamn. Suckash is obviously a lot of forward guards. He kept getting snuck from behind. Okay, let's go continue burning my Agris. I have 20k left to burn. I would like to burn it all today. Probably, not probably, I'm definitely going to take a break before a siege. When my wife and kids get home. I think I'm gonna go buy the kids, go buy them some new bikes. They need some bikes. I'll have to put the hitch on the back of the vehicle. The bike rack. But yeah, that replay system's super cool, and I think that was a really good addition. It's not that PA is completely ignoring Solare. There's definitely some things they have to do, and I like the way they did that. It'd be cool if you made custom games, if you had a way to have a spectator in there, so people could run tournaments with it. I think that is a huge missed opportunity. Because as soon as you can let players run their own tournaments, yeah, that is great for PA. That's a free advertisement for the game. Why are my pets? Did I not just feed them? Fucking go, you losers! Pick up the loot! Why the hell am I out here manually looting? What are you idiots doing? There's got to be a bug. Wait, what? There we go. Also, there should be map selection. Or do 1v1s. I don't think 1v1s. I think 1v1s in this game are ass and always will be ass. You will never, ever, 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 ever have a balanced 1v1 environment. If you want to have it, if you're thinking like add that just for like a way for people to fight each other, that would be cool, but definitely not like in a competitive sense. Yeah, and some mirror matchups are so like watching two Shies fight each other, or I know back in the day watching two Sorks will fight each other was put you to sleep as well. Yeah. Yeah, in that sense, Turtle Power, that'd be cool. Especially, too, if people could have access to it. Like, if you could individually, like, record that data file and then share it for other people to watch. So, like, when you had, like, a Neptunes and Shaky Bay beefing, they could go into Solare, fight each other, it would be recorded, and then people could watch it through the replay system. They would just have to put the recording into the proper file, right? Into the proper folder. That'd be sick. It was funny, the other day we actually had a Sage in here trying to defend Sage. And his argument was, Sage doesn't feel that bad. I don't perform really well. And also Sage doesn't feel really bad. Because I don't feel like Sages are a problem when I fight them. It's like, well, no kidding. It's a mirror matchup. Try being one of these other classes and dealing with Sage. Your treasure sugar item yet? Huh? They need to remove S blocks? I don't think so. I don't think there's any problem with S blocks. Oh, did they add that? I didn't know that was in the game already. No, I don't have that. I don't think every class needs an S block too. Like I'm pretty sure like Deadeye, for example, doesn't have one. But they have enough abilities to be constantly moving, doing damage while being fully protected. They don't need an S block on top. S blocks are a problem because you don't have a grab? Are you kidding me? Get behind it? It's a forward guard? There are a lot of people who lick their lips when they see somebody S block. If you don't have a grab, SAs are the problem. People are doing so many SA protections. Lots of people would love people to have more forward guards these days. Yeah, no, S block, not SA block. SA blocks aren't the problem either, in my opinion. If SA blocks were a problem, like, I don't think that there's a... We got Corgis doing well. I mean, you got 2 Velks there, but, like, it isn't dominated by SA block classes. We have a warrior here. Mr. Goldsteinberg. What is that? 3? Unless I missed one. 4? Did I miss a Nova? There's got to be at least 1 Nova. Wait, 1, 2... Are there no Novas in the top 100? Oh, wait, there we go. Did I miss another one? Why did I not recognize that at first? What did we see? We got 16, 13. Oh, yeah, I must have missed 3 of them. Yeah, I definitely don't see SA blocks as being a problem. I think if you're going to paint an SA block as a problem, then I think classes that hold 1 button for fully protected movement are equally as much of a problem. If you want to be consistent. I think it's a pot and kettle situation. Holding RMB to move fully protected is just as brain dead as sitting there in a Q block and being fully protected. I don't have an issue with some things going through forward guard, like spiral cannon and stuff for Striker and Mystic. I mean, they have to be close enough to you, and they have to physically get through you. If you're using a forward guard that close to them and let them do that, then yeah, I think that's perfectly acceptable. Classes that block jump you from a mile away, that's more of a problem. Like Impaling Flash, that's not cool. The old Awegu shit, that's not cool. The hash shit, not cool. And at the very least, there needs to be proper trade-offs, right? I think you got to be careful about heading down this slippery slope of complaining about what other classes have that you don't. Because if we just start going down the line like, oh, well, we need to give everybody a grab. It's like, okay, well, you give everybody a grab. Well, now, how come all these people have more movement than me? So you got to now give everybody the same movement. Oh, well, now, but some of that has more iframes. So now you got to give everybody the same amount of iframes. And you just head down this slippery slope that just makes the game really boring because everybody's just a reskinned version of each other in the end. I think we like class identity. And I think it's important that we recognize that we are allowed to have some classes be stronger in areas, but there needs to be trade-offs. Trade-offs are key. That if you're stronger in one area, then you are weaker in another at the cost, right? To dumb it down, to oversimplify it, something like that would be like in terms of mobility, damage, and survivability, right? If you're tanky and you're mobile, you don't do damage. If you're mobile and do damage, then you're not tanky, right? Or you can be tanky and do damage, but you're very immobile. Sometimes it feels like classes are lacking in a trade-off. Like right now, I think that's the problem with Awakened Sage, is there just isn't a trade-off. This was the problem with Awakening Drac back in Season 3, is it felt like there was no trade-off. They weren't individually like the strongest in any area, but collectively, with all the strengths they had no weaknesses, right? And that's what made them overpowered. And that's where Sage is at right now, is it feels like it doesn't have a weakness. It used to have the weakness, like Sage was strong before, but had the weakness of having stamina issues, and you had to be very careful, and even if you were super careful, you could still be pressured and run out of stamina. But that felt like a reasonable trade-off. But now, you can do like this crazy trade damage while being fully protected, and you can run most people out of stamina before they run you out of stamina. They just buffed its weaknesses. Sage didn't have insane trading before. It was primarily just upsurge. Lightning Prison was a bit of a sprinkler. If people sat in it the whole time, they would, you know, and if they caught some back attacks from it, it would feel a little painful, but it wasn't anything that was jaw-dropping. Do you know how many hours it takes for you to make around 1 bill fishing? I typically make 1 bill every night or more. Making less than 1 bill is usually quite rare. And I usually start fishing. It's usually about 12 hours. Maybe a little bit more. Yeah, there's a rope and a sugar. And one of them you needed the Krogdalo's Sanctuary to get it. I should go out and make that. Is it difficult to get? I think it was supposed to be pretty easy to get your hands on, right? But yeah, I don't think classes, to reiterate a little TLDR of what I just said, I don't think people mind when classes are stronger than others in specific areas, as long as they feel like there was a cost paid for it. Do you guys think that's fair? Sometimes you just have classes that are unnecessarily tanky and it doesn't feel like they paid a cost for it, or they have unnecessarily good damage but there's no cost. You hate strikers? A lot of people do. A lot of people have a lot of unnecessary hate for gauntlets in general. Despite the fact that gauntlets haven't shined in any area, aside from like open world griefing. That's really what it comes down to. It's like gauntlets are an amazingly good gear checking class. So people will tag them for gear checking people in open world. But like, I haven't seen strikers dominate any environment in years. Like, they do well in some environments, but there's still always other classes that do better than them. What's up, Scum? Yeah. Awaken Wiz could definitely use some PvP love. Of classes that I think could use some PvP love, we got like Awaken Maewa, maybe Awaken Nova now. Awaken Nova, I don't know how to feel about it. I don't know if everybody just abandoned it because they were too used to it being too powerful. And now, assuming it's a normal class, which I'm not saying it is, but maybe it is. Maybe that just feels too low for them now because they were so used to how strong Awaken Nova was. But based on current representation, it does seem like Nova's having some issues. So maybe that class needs it. But Awaken Maewa, Stuck Velk definitely looks like it could use it. Suck Drac needs some PvP love for sure. Awaken Wizard. Awaken Wizard's kind of an odd one too. Like whenever Awaken Wizard does well is when it's in really squishy environments where they can PA TP in and blow people up. That's always when you saw Awaken Wizards doing the best. Remember back in the day when people would run like full DP setups with like an evasion offhand, and then they would just dive in and ult people, like ult a ball of people in the back and just kill half the ball. Shield throw Valk, that was ridiculous. Yeah, I'm gonna try to CC you on every single tick of the shield throw. Yeah. I wonder, are there any Awaken Wizards or Awaken Witches in the top 20 for their class? There's not a single Sage. Sage is struggling too for similar reasons. Okay, there's Wizard. Well, there's a few. They're definitely doing better than the Sages. What about Witch? Yeah. It's actually a surprising spread between Suck and Awaken Wizard. Or Witch, I mean. I would never have expected it to be like a 50-50 split like that. So, at least in Solare, they don't seem to be as down bad as I would have thought. Probably could still use some improvements. Yeah. And I think this is part of the reason why we see PA moving away from open world content, is because they recognize that when they try to balance some of these classes for other forms of content, it's just going to make them super annoying in the open world, like 1v1 environment, where gear becomes a lot more in play and shit too, right? Especially, like, Striker is like the ultimate stream sniping class too, because it's the class that can become really tanky with both evasion and DR. So when you're trying to gank a streamer and you see him go full blast AP, you just put on your evasion setup, and then when you see him go full blast accuracy, you put on the DR setup, and no matter what, he won't be able to at least he won't be able to one combo you. Because it's like you're playing a game of rock, paper, scissors, but you always have to pull your hand first, and then they can just, you know, they see you pull scissors, they're like, okay, I'm pulling rock. Oh, they pulled paper, I'm pulling scissors. Oh. Alright. There's very few classes, but gauntlets, that are capable of doing both a super tanky DR and a super tanky evasion setup that can also still kill. Like, obviously anybody can do it in the sense that they can put on 6 of either of those crystals, but you're not killing people with 6 of those crystals on. Some classes can. Strikers are, they have a couple little quick movement speed buffs they can apply, and then they put their weapons away, and then they move real fast. You can't put your weapons away to match their speed, which means you have to use abilities. So you'll either run out of stam or run out of cooldowns. But like I said, open world should just be taken with a grain of salt. There's so many grind spots. There's so many channels. It's not like the old days where everybody's fighting over one spot. Yeah, they're all right. Like, almost any environment, though, that, like, the role that Awakened Striker fills in Solare, Stuck Striker just does it better. So, it would feel kind of silly to nerf them. Just for that. It'll be interesting, though. I think Divios is going to be starting to play soon. I know they made an official announcement on the PA website showing that there was going to be some people streaming Solare games, and Divios was on that list. And he's definitely one of those guys who makes Striker look busted. Maybe that other Sage was right. Maybe Calb is just the Divios of Sage, and we're actually fine. despite the fact that almost every sage you see on the list is punching above their weight class right now. But we won't acknowledge that. We'll focus on what fits our narrative. Dork mode. Oh, true. I miss Mac. Mac was always the guy to keep Sorks in check. Every time Sorks would start acting out of pocket about some nonsense, Mac would round them all up and start talking some sense into them. I miss him, Silas. Yeah. Reminds me of the old days of Claudia in RBF. Claudia would go diving into the other team and then eventually die because he's fighting 1v20, and then he would bitch to his team, "Oh my god, you all suck. I can't believe you guys didn't come in here with me." It's like, dude, you're a Sork. You're playing a different game. Other classes can't do that. Well, my class can do that now. I'd be right in there with them. But, yeah. It's funny how some people just get clouded by their own experiences. Ugh. Vanguards, yeah. Hasn't played BDO in quite some time. I think it's been like a year or something. I can't remember if you fucked around with Trebuchet at all. He got you into the game? Oh, okay. Did you play WoW with him? Oh my god, that stupid essence interrupted my lightning present. Against him, okay. We're gonna make quesadillas for dinner tonight. That's gonna be fucking awesome. $5,000 harmonies and 2,000 charms? Oh my goodness. OG is German? What do you mean? What time is it? Almost 2:30. Just about time to cut it. Ooh, I didn't collect these yet today. Oh, I'm not sure. How many seals do I have again? 86. Oh wait, no, those are the wrong ones. Oh no, it wasn't. Okay. Get another one of those. Ought to be getting pretty close to being out of aggros now, eh? Ooh, down the last 10k. I have an event going over here? I haven't noticed. Hey, what's up, Crowdy? I wonder if there's gonna be a fight tonight. Imagine there is. Oh, Kanjara. Quinn's playing that game you were talking about, Expedition 33. I don't know how long he's been playing it for. That good, eh? Yeah, that doesn't always mean that, though, Renetics. It should, though. Ugh. Four rings and two specters? Okay. Why don't you stream AOS, really? Because I'm not doing AOS this season. Normally, even when I am doing AOS, it's in the evenings, and I don't stream in the evenings. I don't even get to play for long periods of time in the evenings. So usually it'll be like, okay, I drop the kids off at dance, I have an hour, so I'll come home and, you know, queue a couple games, and then go pick them up. That's usually what my AOS season is like. But I just have little interest in playing this season. I already got my, even last season I had no interest in playing. I just tried to, the main reason why I pushed to Radiant last season was or Twilight last season, was because I wanted the Traces of Thunderbolt. And I wanted to get as many as I could with the least effort as possible, and I felt like Radiant was the perfect spot for that. And then this season, like, I already got my, I already have one horse, I'm halfway to my second horse. You know, I already have my Solare Knight outfit. I just don't see any purpose in playing this season. There just isn't enough to incentivize me to do it. Yeah, so what I'm doing this season is doing my weeklies. So I'll do my 5 wins once a week, collect my 500 crons from that, because that typically takes about an hour, so that's like 1.5 bill worth of crons, plus the amount of money you make in the game, and I feel like that is properly compensating me for my time. with the weeklies, but without the weeklies, it's just not worth the time. So we'll see how high I get. I think I'll have 3 more weeks of weeklies, so 15 more wins. So, you know, assuming I win 25 a game, right? That's a potential of what? An extra 300 points? Assuming no losses, which there will obviously be losses.
They're not really fun. You just can't get into it because they would never understand.
Right, there will obviously be losses, so we'll see. Maybe if I get close to Twilight with those last 15 games for doing the weeklies, then I'll just do a final push to that, but otherwise, I don't care about it. I'm trying to get the most rewards for the least effort possible with emphasis on least effort. Because I don't care about getting a second Solare Knight outfit. An outfit for your horse? Yeah, it'd be cool if they just had like a changing outfit, right? A Solare horse outfit would be super cool though, for sure. But like, even with the Solare outfit, right? One second, let me find the helmet. It's in one of these bags. There it is. Right? So, like with this outfit, they could do something cool, like do an emblem or something on the cloak. They could do, like, change this emblem here on the shoulder every season. They could even have the helmet, like the first season, the helmet had a horse on it. Like, they could do a different, like, animal on top of every helmet, right? Some people are like, they could even do, like, little badges or something on the armor where it has, like, Roman numerals for the season that you were in. Like, they could do a bunch of cool shit, but they don't. It's kind of annoying. Small things like that would incentivize people to do it, right? Yeah, there's a variety of things they can do. I mean, they already did do something, right? So, this was new as of last season, where if you won, you got one of... Wait, where did I put it? These things, right? So now you actually have something you could link that represents what season you got it and what year you got it and whatnot, right? So this is kind of cool, but it'd be cool if there was something more. Like something cosmetic on your character too. But that, I guess that's a step in a better direction. Well, I probably should call it here. You uninstalled the game after AOS season, so your 2400 title expired in the mail? Did it? Did those have an expiration on them? That was really weird if they did. You asked and they said no? Oh, that sucks. I don't know why it wouldn't just... Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, thanks for hanging out, everybody. I'm going to head out. Let's see if we can find someone to raid. Maybe I send you guys over to Ellie. Send you guys over to... Looks like Byrog is doing some AOS. Maybe I'll send you guys over to him. I know I've had some people talking about AOS today. You guys probably want to watch that. I'm going to send you guys over to Byrog. I haven't rated him in a little while. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. I hope you all have a wonderful day. Good luck with your enhancing, your Solare, your grinds. I am Canadian. Yes, I am. Damn, you caught that, huh? Shit. But, yeah, have a nice day, everybody.